There we go. Going live. Here we go. We're doing this.
Okay, we are doing this.
Okay. I see that it's happening now.
Okay.
Just make sure.
That's 77 attendees. Very nice.
Yes. All right. We are officially live. Hello. Welcome, everybody. This is Neil with Portal to Ascension. So happy to be with all of you here today. We have an amazing event, sound and vibrational healing conference. Please, welcome to everybody joining in. We've got about 80 people in the room. We're going live on YouTube, 2 different YouTubes, a couple of different Facebooks. If you would like to, at this point, go ahead and please do share in the chat room, whether you're on YouTube, social media, or in Zoom, where you're from on the planet. It's always amazing to know where we're all connecting from, especially when we're doing such a meditative event that we can really create a grid work, with the sound frequency so that we can create not only shifts for ourselves, but for the entire planet. I'd like to introduce someone that might not need too much of an introduction for most of you here, but definitely is a great friend that I love having on these events with me, and is really the first person that I reach out to when I do this. Alan Steinfeld, welcome, brother.
Thanks, Neil. It's always great to be at your event. You do such a good job pulling together a community of people. And it looks like we have people from all over the world, Ontario, Spokane, let's see, where else? Southern California, New Orleans, Bay Area, Minneapolis, Canada, Cottage Grove, Oregon. This is great. This is really how we build a world community. So, and we have some events coming up, don't we? Do you want to talk?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, so before we get into the event for today, let's make this announcement here. And why don't you tell people about your book that's coming out?
Well, I will. So if people are in the Sedona area, I want to invite everyone to a book event that I'm doing. This is the premiere launch of my new book called Making Contact, and it's essays by me and Linda Howe, Whitley Strieber, John Mack. You could see it right here. And we're going to have speakers at this book event on May 2nd. It's the Unity of Sedona. Travis Walton, the probably most famous contactee in history, most documented. He was definitely aboard a ship for 5 days. My good friends JJ and Desiree Hertuck are hosting the event. Bridget Nelson, who talks about Starseed. Mark Sims, who's going to lead a CE5 in the desert with Travis Walton, which should be really exciting in the Sedona Desert. And Peter Sterling, my good friend, who's be on about 2 hours here. And I'll be signing books, and other people will be signing books. So if you're in Sedona, May 2nd, come on down. And if you're not there, you can order Making Contact online, or we have an event coming up on Portal to Ascension. Why don't we show that event coming up on Portal to Ascension?
Here we go.
This is, Neil's been very nice to me. So we're doing a special round table with some of the, I would say, some of the major people in this book. Grant can't make it that day, but that's okay. Me, JJ, Linda Moulton Howe is really the top of the line researcher. And this is a free event, right? Aren't we doing this as a free event?
Yeah, exactly. And we have 400 people registered already. So definitely you should join and be a part of it, because when there's numbers like this and we're hitting that collective intention, it's going to be really awesome.
And if you buy the book in conjunction with this event, well, I'll do an autographed copy if you like autographed copies. Maybe I'll get JJ and Desiree Hertuck to give an autograph on that too. So if you order the book through the Portal to Ascension as a registration for this, you'll get an autographed copy. So just let us know that you're doing that. But it's going to be great because Linda has never been on this on Portal to Ascension before, has she? Linda Moulton Howe.
First time. And I got a feeling that's why we went so high with the numbers, because a lot of I think everybody signed up for this event on our email list already, because that's the only way we promote it. So as you know, watching right now, we have not had Linda Moulton Howe on our platform before, and I've been trying to for so long. So this is a great opportunity to really get awareness from her, because she's amazing.
And she has hot new information actually every week on her Earth Files channel, but she's always getting whistleblowers, people from inside the government coming to her. Usually she can't reveal the sources, but they are telling her some incredible things, like the whole alien Antarctic base that's about a mile under the ice at the South Pole. She has whistleblowers from the Department of Defense coming to her. Actually, she wrote a chapter in this book, Making Contact, where she talked about some of this inside information. Just to give a little preview, she talks about how there have been 3 competing extraterrestrial races that have been fighting for control of the planet. That's all I'll say right now, but there's a lot more. And she is an incredible speaker. So she'll be there. And Whitley Strieber, don't forget Whitley Strieber, the person I feel who's had more contact, direct contact with what he calls the visitors than anyone else. He's given the world the face of the alien, you know, that typical face. That is from Whitley's book, Communion. He was really the first to say, this is what I think they look like. And who knows, but a lot of people have seen that. So thank you, Neil, for hosting that. Thanks for hosting this incredible day today, because today is about an attunement of vibration. So do you want to talk about just some of the people you have coming on today?
Yes, for sure. So the intention, firstly, so you do have a couple opportunities to, be a part of Alan's releasing. He has the event in Sedona, so you can check that out if you can get there. And then also we having that Making Contact panel. Check that out on PortalToAscension.org under online events. It's free to attend. You can register for his book. And then the attention for today's event. So let's get into why this is happening. Alan and I did a sound healing conference 2 months ago. Many of you probably attended it. And it was the same thing. It was impromptu. Even though I planned to promote these a month in advance, sometimes it doesn't happen, right? So I sent out the email for this one about a week ago. But the intention is, as we spoke about before, is to do this frequently and often. I'm thinking there's going to be 3 to 4 sound healing conferences a year that are all going to be free, open by donation. And not only is going to provide epic content for the new website that you're going to get to see very soon, but it's also going to allow us to integrate the energies, because Portal to Ascension, even though we're so heart-based, it's a lot of information, and the information gets processed in the mind, right? So I find myself buzzing sometimes from the information. Like I wake up thinking about it, and it's great, but at the same time, taking a step back from it and really doing the inner healing rather than always searching for that truth and always needing that, my own personal experience, that is, I think is important. So we're going to have these events often in order to do that. And today really is.
I just want to jump in for a second. Ahead. I think the reason these are also happening because we're going through a shift. I mean, we're always going through a shift, but the attunement to sound as these new levels of frequency and vibration and consciousness start to awaken the greater mind, these sound vibrations and tones that we'll be healing today are a way of adjusting to kind of the new influx of energy. And we are in a huge transformation. So I think that's why we have like almost 100 people here with us today.
Yeah.
People are aware of like this sort of, it's a kind of grounding of the new frequencies and helps us kind of adjust to the new vibration a little better. So thank you.
Yeah. I mean, in essence, the event might as well be called Human Conference, because we are sound and vibration, so like this is us. We are made out of vibration and frequency. So not only are you going to get to experience different types of sound practitioners today that I'm about to tell you who, but you're also going to get some information and do a little presentation here. Peter Sterling is going to share some slides as well. So as we like to do at Portal to Ascension is keep everything very holistic with a W in the front, holistic, so that it's really a full circle approach of the realm of sound frequency. So today, who we have featured today are the practitioners for today. We'll be starting off with, let me pull up the schedule here. I'm not as prepared as I guess I should have been, but we're going to start off with Vox Douglas, and I'm going to give you a little intro on her in just a moment here. And then we're going to go with Lauren Ambacerner and Gerald. Let me get Gerald's last name correct here.
Let me see.
Gerald Conway, there we go. And then we go into Peter Sterling after that, Ben Carroll, that some of you may have experienced before, and I also did put him on in the intro as well. Then myself, then Claire Hedden, who has a very elemental sound to her experiences as she facilitates. Then we're going to, the finale for today will be a conversation with Stephen Halpin, Phil Gruber, and myself. And then Alan, he's at his mother's right now, so hopefully he can join us for the end as well today.
But what are you doing from 3 to 4:30? What are you doing for an hour and a half, Neil? What's your presentation?
I'm going to do the quantum physics behind sound healing.
Great.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's get into the first experience for today. So the first practitioner for today is Felix Vox Douglas, goes by Vox. She's an sound alchemist. And this is from her bio here, so let me just pull this up. The most ancient forms of healing involve sound. Vox considers the work she does to be a very spiritual and performative art form that arises from higher spaces within and expresses through her from the non-material world, the Nagal, as divinely encoded vibrational sound, patterns, frequencies, and light with deep purpose and passion. The purpose is to initiate healing and transformation through innate mechanisms held within our physical bodies and minds, which holds us the unparalleled ability to transform spirituality, transfigure, and heal us on all levels. The passion is to be a pillar of light service as a healer, seer, author, and alchemist. And Vox is going to be bringing this energy today. She also lives one city away from
Let
us
me just,
and has, yeah, go ahead, Ellen.
no, your sound is a little sketchy. There's a little electronic kind of back.
But now,
No,
check, 1, 2.
it's coming through. I don't know if it may be not coming from you, but it's sort of like electronic sounds.
But this,
overlay.
I changed my microphone.
Okay, just
Is that
because
better?
we want, that is better. That's
Okay.
better. That worked. Yeah, whatever you did there, what
All right.
really.
So
All right.
just to finish that off with Vox, she actually is a great friend, personal friend of ours. She was our yoga teacher for a little bit, lives a city over, has been at multiple live Portal to Ascension events, and truly brings an amazing sound and frequency. And you can just feel it in like the vibration in the way she communicates and expresses herself. So I'm extremely excited to be introducing to you, Vox. You there, Vox?
Hello. I have a little bit of feedback here, but hopefully, there we go. It stops. All right. Hi, everyone. So I asked that you kind of sit back and just close your eyes and relax, and just connecting with the Elohim, bringing that energy through, and just being open to feeling and allowing the energetics of this transmission to reflect upon you in the way that it's meant to. It is Sirim motram boingon drassaetin mot, itoium motreri kikero sundrorit sipin mot, nenete mutotro soio, nete kiriri sodone, engono no sene, nesitrum monetai, gesoium gotrum moyeshiri singundrum mot, nesitrot, nesitrone, notrum, notrum and then get on, get chundo, oh, get any minakator, oh, get net, going the boy, get any amoko, chan, can stood away and good in a moyer and guide to go ahead, not to in a carriage moya, chat can in a query petcheria, ratting to know in a toy, Nemania toy, and many toy, kitchen and no, generally be carried, and I know. Tenere mignoro, che c'eri nel tempo, c'eri che igne, no, c'eri che igne, no, che c'anda, c'eri mio, no, igne mutueno, andace, andaine, oh, c'eri nel che c'eri mio. Jere and no get it and then oh you get it to say oh you get it to Peace be with you.
Thank you, Vox. I love you. Vox, before you leave, can you just let everybody know where they can find more about you?
Yes, actually. The best place is really on my website, which is just Phyllis, Phyllis, Douglas with 2 S's.com. And there's all of my information, and I'm open for private sessions, group sessions, large or small, and just doing my vocal alchemy work with the Elohim, and just transmitting that message from the higher realms, from the Elohim, for the transformation and ascension of humanity, and allowing us to open up and do the work that we are here to do. So I'm honored to be here today, and I'm so happy that all of you are here, and I was able to be part of this. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vox. Talk to you later. It's amazing, the human voice, huh? And I was thinking the same thing. Someone just wrote here, what is it? Gen Jitsu with the voice, I think you said. I was thinking that too. It was like penetrating, soul penetrating her words, right? And I've heard Vox sing quite a few times, and every time I really get the chills from it, especially when you're up there in person. We used to do events. Well, she used to, teach us, my wife and myself, yoga, right? And a lot of times it's just the two of us. And at the end of it, we would all get around in a circle, and she would play the sound, the drum, while she's singing that at literally like 3 inches away from her, right? So just imagine that frequency right there. And I got to say that I think that the reason why I'm into light language now really is because of Vox. Because when I heard her, deliver her light language, elemental, whatever it is, angelic kingdom, really what it is, when she delivers that frequency, it just like, I just feel all emotional, and tears like come to my eyes, like as if like a remembrance of our divine nature. And that's why I love her so much. All right, so moving on, everybody. I'm just taking a look at the comments here. Please do comment. We're gonna have as much interaction as possible today. I'm gonna read some of your comments. We have someone says total heart chakra experience. Thank you, loved it. So did my cats. Nice. Andrea says heart opening. Vox and then another person says Vox looked like she was playing herself as if she is a theremin. Yeah. Well, actually, later on today we'll be talking about how we are our own biggest sound tools and we are instruments. And I think it was perfect, really leading with the first sound tool. Before we could create instruments, what did we have? We had our voice, right? Before we even had language and words, we were creating sounds. We were humming. So having it start out with the voice, the human voice, truly is a sound healing event, I believe. All right, we're going to get into our next performance and presenters of today. And these two individuals are also two great friends of my wife and myself. I don't even know how long it's been. 2011, I think, is when we met Lauren. And I'm not sure when I met Gerald, but it's been quite some time now. We're really good friends, and they're amazing sound practitioners. So I'm going to do a little introduction to both of them, and then we'll bring them on. We have Laura Amber Cerna. She's a certified sound therapist, voice analyst, and energy healing instructor. She uses her voice and shamanic roots along with her angelic connections to facilitate a deep transformation for each participant. Sound healing alone can be a great tool to help one's system move and release energy. Lauren uses her training, intuitive senses, and channeling abilities to create unique sound bath journey, bringing in the elements of several different energy healing frequencies, sacred sound, vocals, prayers, visualization, affirmations, crystals, aromatherapy for powerful transformational experience. Gerald Conway is a professional musician with roots in progressive rock that has crossed over to new age healing music genre with live performances and studio creations. He has 2 sound therapy CDs out that blend his technical skills with his intuitive channel side. He studied energy healing and is a theta healing practitioner. He is a co-proprietor of Metaphysical Healing Center in SFV, which is San Fernando Valley, with Lauren, offering rental space and therapeutic therapy such as sound lounge and crystal light therapy bed. So I'm going to go ahead and bring on 2 of my really great friends, Gerald and Lauren. You guys there? Go ahead and start your camera. Okay, let me just make sure I made the right Gerald a presenter. Give me one moment, everyone. There we go.
Hi.
Hey.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you. A little echoey, but it's all yours. I love both of you. Thank you so much for being a part of this.
I think you may or may not be able to hear us.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Sorry about that. Can you see me okay? Terrific. Well, welcome everyone. We'll wait for Gerald to get back in position. Thank you, Vox. That was beautiful. That was truly beautiful and inspiring. God, I'd love to do some training with you on the voice. Beautiful. So I like the fact, Neil, that you said that today's event is about remembering. And in these times, it's very important to remember who we are. We are beautiful spiritual beings that came from spirit. That cannot be broken. And what I'd like to do while playing the bowls today is for us to just take a couple deep breaths and relax into the breathing and the sound, remembering who you are, who you truly are. You are a powerful, magnificent spirit that came to this planet at this time to do your part in helping and healing the world. You have something very important to do, and it's now time to remember who you are. This is an F bowl, so just breathe into your heart chakra. Take a nice deep breath in, breathing all the way in and exhaling through your heart.
Yeah, the type of webinar where people register, it doesn't give you moving ID. It's like supposed to just like that. But what I'm gonna do is try to the video that I shared now showing meetings so many videos people getting not connecting in all the way, and I have lines going down on my computer here. So if I click on my phone, I can't screen share. I don't have. So it doesn't fully connect you at all, huh? So you only hear stuff, but you don't see anything. You're coming from there. Good.
Now it just connected and it took a real long time. Now click.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, guys. Alan, you're muted.
Yeah, can we just take a moment, one moment, Neil, just kind of absorb the frequencies. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's nice, like, to let the last notes kind of linger inside of us, you know? Thanks. That was great. Well, it's like,
Appreciate you guys.
yeah, it's great to let people stay with this. I mean, how do people mix these, like, how do you suggest them mixing all this kind of musical tones there, Neil? Like,
How do I what?
suggest people, like, we're going from those gongs to the harp. Is there some way you think we could integrate that? And I guess we're doing it.
Yes. Well, I think a little poem will probably be a good integration from one to another. You know.
All right, I
'Cause
mean,
we're-
before, before Peter comes on. Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
because we are jumping from sound experience to sound experience, and something I like to say often is it's so beautiful that like 2,000 years ago they're playing Tibetan bowls in India. Thousands of years ago they're playing didgeridoos in Australia. Tuning fork. There's evidence that it came out of Egypt, but now we're in this age where we're able to bring all these sound tools used for thousands of years. Some didgeridoo. Some people say that there's evidence that it was being used over 10,000 years ago, and we're bringing them all together in order to create this huge, beautiful experience, right? But not only that, we're merging so much culture and history. This is almost like a merging of civilizations through this experience, like that Gerald and Lauren did right now. It's so amazing.
World music, world culture. This is kind of, I think, the time we're living in. It's the coming together of the whole planetary civilization. So
I agree.
you want to do a little poem here?
Yeah. Well, let's Lauren and Gerald, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but if you would like to maybe announce where people can find more about you.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, a couple of my websites are down, but I do have two that are active. One is meetup.com hot springs-getaway. We have a retreat coming up, which is very special over Memorial Weekend. You can go to meetup.com/hot springs getaway. And then I also have another site with Meetup, and that is the same meetup.com/transformational-healing. So there are events coming up here next Saturday, and then May 1st Saturday at the Event Center. We do have an event center in Granada Hills, and we invite you to come because it's meet and greet. We're reopening the center after being closed for over a year, like so many. So thank you. Thank you very much. This was a pleasure. Yeah.
Beautiful. Love you both so much. We'll talk soon.
All right.
Okay.
We're going to enjoy the rest of your show.
Definitely.
Okay, Neil, you are a poet wordsmith, and you what I like about your word sound poetry is that they're so contemporary, they're so interwoven with social and spiritual kind of sensibilities. So yeah, what do you have today for us?
This is one that I've never performed before. I don't even have a name for it. It's just a collection of my thoughts, really.
Okay.
So here we go. The night has come upon us. One level to trust, the undercover rhyme of the one who preaches the find, archaeological design. Ancient pyramids corrupted from inside, worlds ended, but I will exist in all forms of life. Life doesn't exist, existing is fried, unconditional mind, uncover the inner world to discover and find, travel through dimensions and bridges of space-time, radio waves and frequencies penetrate the fabric of my being. I hear you in planetary systems as far as the reaches of the universe. I set into motion the curse while I traverse third-dimensional reality, unrehearsed in this free will mentality, diversity of races incarnated to experience physicality. Disperse the energy, coerce the magnetic poles into shifting our reality into days of old, the oldest of souls, here now to release control. Prophecies foretold will allow the scriptures to unfold. The vibration of gold will heal the corrosion and mold within humanity's soul. And that's that one right there.
Great. Wow. Nice. That's sort of like a poem of incarnation, I would say,
Yeah, it is, because it's like traveling through dimensions and bridges of space-time, and then like basically it's like an astral travel body, because I go radio waves and frequencies penetrate the fabric of my being, and radio waves is the only frequency that's able to go through huge celestial bodies. And so if you're floating in space, technically these frequencies can penetrate through you, and it's kind of like a journey of incarnation to Earth. And then it gets down to Earth, and then on Earth it's like the vibration of gold will heal the corrosion and mold within humanity's soul. And even though it's kind of talking about the ancient alien thing about gold, it's also being very metaphoric, just high vibration metal, basically.
Yeah, at some point, you're putting music to these word poems, right? You're going to make them.
I'm in the process of that right now. This year, I'm gonna have 2 albums come out: a spoken word album with classical music in the background, and then a hip hop album with like rap beats.
Well, I'm just getting a lot of bird action out here in Florida.
Oh,
But,
nice.
yeah.
Can you hear them singing?
They were kind of chirping. Yeah, maybe they were activated with the sound.
There was a study that was released saying that from their research that the birds are actually arguing.
Maybe there's definitely talking to each other. Did you ever hear music from plants? There's a woman I know who hooks these sounds.
I heard a video, 5-minute video, but I'm not probably as much as you know about it.
You would love these sounds that come out of these plants that you hook these kind of electrodes up to, and they make this vibration, but only when they want to. It seems like they don't do it all the time. They just do it at moments.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
All right. Should we bring on our next contestant? Our next musician. Peter Sterling is a master harpist. Is he here in the room with us? I guess.
Yeah, he's here. Should be on any second.
He should be. And Peter, there you are.
Hello.
Hey, Peter.
Hello.
I have to say, Peter is one of my oldest friends on the planet. We've been many different places that we seem to meet up. Hawaii, New York, Mount Shasta, Sedona. I mean, every little sector of the globe. And I knew Peter before he started playing the harp. And I think, I never told you this, Peter, but when you took up the harp, when that sort of kind of dropped into you, there was a shift I noticed in you where you sort of felt like you went to another level. You opened up a greater aspect of your crown chakra, and you started to bring something new in. That's what I felt. I mean, the harp helped transform you, and from what I saw. So, and you've been at it now for what, 20 years or something? And
30 years.
30 years. So I've known you about 35 years, maybe 4, whatever. It's been a while. But there was a shift in you when you started doing the harp, wasn't there?
Yeah, I mean, it's because I connected with this group of angels, 10 months, I connected with this group of angels, and that's how they shared the vision that I was to channel the angelic music. And yeah, it was a before and after experience. It changed me. It was a bell tone, definitely a milestone on my spiritual path. I look back and I'm not the same person as I was in some ways, and you're right. It was a crown chakra. It was definitely, from the heart up into the crown chakra with the angels who took me up into the golden light. And I saw the heavenly choirs and heard the music, and yeah.
But
are you there, Alan?
I just want, 5 o'clock, 1 sec. Anyway, I just want to tell people that you are going to be one of the keynotes at this other event we're doing in Sedona. Do you see that on your screen?
Yeah,
we only, there we go, yep.
Oh, well, okay, is that better? Well, that's not actually the poster I wanted to set up, but yes, May 2nd. Oh, wait, I'll get that in 1 second. I just want to show this poster that, do you see that? That May 2nd, a free event. Peter's going to kick off the event with Harp and talk about some of his UFO experiences, and be lots of great, interesting people there. And go ahead, Peter, take it away. And what are we going to hear today?
Well, I had a whole plan for you, and I prepared a wonderful slideshow, but unfortunately I'm having technical difficulties here. I think it's a problem with the internet in Sedona. It's running very slow right now. So for some reason, I'm just not able to connect with my computer to screen share and show you these wonderful images I prepared for you. I worked on it quite a while, and I'm really bummed you can't see it, but
they are beautiful. They are your stained glass images.
Oh, I put together a whole presentation on my science of sound healing and my understanding and studies in harmonics and
Oh,
sound waves and cymatics and all of this type of thing,
man.
and how it all ties together. So it's a beautiful presentation, and I'm just going to have to kind of talk about it.
well, let's do a
let's-
special show, Neil. Can we
That's
do
what
a
I was gonna
special?
say. Yeah, yeah.
All
Let's
right.
do one with just you,
Let's-
Peter, another time.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I thought what I might do is I might play my harp to start. As some of you know, I'm a harpist, and now, as Alan mentioned, I've been playing for about 30 years or so, and the harp came to me after I had a series of really life-changing encounters with the angelic from the higher planes here in Sedona. And it happened as an opening, as Alan was saying. I had this kind of Kundalini experience, and my crown chakra opened, and I was able to leave my body, kind of astral travel in my etheric body, and go up through the top of my head, up the central pillar of light, and go up into my higher chakras and connect with my, my I am presence, my Christ self, the higher self, many names for it, the soul star. And that's when the angels appeared to me, and I heard the heavenly music. Actually, I heard the music first when I was in the canyons here meditating on an extended retreat. And I went through a series of kind of inner plane initiations in my meditation, because the guidance was just to go deep into the silence, deep into meditation. And it was there that I would find what it is I was looking for. Because at the time I was calling for a transcendent experience, and I was seeking to have my own illumination. I had read many books from many of the masters and saints over the years, and I was ready to have my own experience. I felt that was my destiny. So I retreated into nature, like it's such a kind of an archetypal journey that so many of us take. And I isolated myself really away from the world, and was able to practice meditation at the time. This was over 30 years ago, before the internet and cell phones. And so it was easy to drop out back then and get unconnected, So that's what I did, to my parents' dismay. But I went deep into the silence, like into a portal. And it was there where first I heard the subtle strains of a heavenly music. And then as I followed my inner guidance, I allowed the music to just take me up into the light, like an out-of-body experience. And it was there where I saw the angels, and I heard in full splendor the heavenly music. And then the angels communicated to me as messengers that my mission in this life that I was asking to be revealed to me was to be a channel for the heavenly music, for the celestial symphonies of the angelics, of the 9 choirs and the heavenly choirs and all that. So, man, at first I thought I was making this all up. I didn't know if I was going crazy or insane, because I had no reference for angels. But then they appeared, and it became very clear to me that indeed this was a real experience that I was having. And then after a period of time, I decided that I would join with them. And they brought the harp into my life, and I learned very quickly, after only 10 months of playing without any real formal lessons, just allowing the angels to teach me, moving my hands on the strings and intuitively guiding me into playing the instrument. 10 months later, I made my first recording following their guidance from start to finish, which ended up getting me discovered by a independent record label that released my album worldwide, and was nominated for a national award in 1994, the year it was released. So it all happened very quickly, working with the angels, and that's really my entree into the world of sound and sound healing and vibrational attunement, frequency, resonance, modulation, and the effects on our spirit, on our soul, the power of it to elevate the soul and the spirit to higher planes of consciousness and awareness, as it did me. So that was my mission, was to be one of the chosen harpists at this time. There's only a few of us, and to to work directly with the spiritual hierarchy and, you know, ascended masters and the angelic hierarchies to bring through specific frequencies, which I call the heavenly harmonics, that have the ability to reunite the soul with the divine. Because within the music and the way I play and the way the angels have taught me how to play over these many years, is that the sound has within it a very powerful unifying force of love as it comes through me from the angels. So, and this has been verified time and time again by people from all over the world who've written me beautiful letters, many in languages I don't understand, but sharing their miraculous experiences while listening to my music. So the music of the angels. So, and also, you know, the harp has a long, long history of being a very sacred instrument. We trace its origins back 5,000 years, you know, back to ancient Sumeria. The oldest harp ever unearthed was from the ancient city of Ur in ancient Iraq, ancient Sumeria. It was dated to 5,000-year-old harp that was played in the royal court. So we also know that the harp was played in the healing temples of Egypt, which I've had the opportunity to tour and see firsthand, and play my harp in all the major temple sites in Egypt. So it's a very, so that was my entree into the sound healing world, was through the angels, and the angels have been guiding me ever since. So my work with clients now, because I do professionally do sound healing work here in Sedona. And by the way, if you want to learn about that, you can come by my website, harpmagic.com. And then on Yelp, I have Sedona Sacred Land Journeys, which also has my sound healing. But I work on the land now exclusively for the most part with my clients, going out to remote locations with beautiful, breathtaking views and laying my clients down on the rocks where I play the harp, and I let the wind play the harp, and it's the wind harp, which is an amazing sound. And I was going to share it with you in picture and video, but unfortunately I can't do that now. But if you go to the website, you can see it. But it's like a tone like no other. It's extremely high frequency and many, many levels of harmonic overtones. I just hold the harp up into the wind, and the wind vibrates the strings. So all the strings vibrate at once, and it's kind of like all the notes playing at once, kind of like white light, and the effects on people are so powerful. It's able to penetrate at a very, very deep kind of cellular DNA level, and also a powerful effects in the chakras. And oh, cool, Neil. Yeah, so there's a video of me doing the wind harp in the crop circles there of England, which I had the opportunity to go a few times to the crop circles, and that's very much connected with my work with cymatics and the sacred geometries of the art glass that I make with sacred geometry, also using the harmonics of color and light in my stained glass that you can see on the website as well. And now with my portals of light work that the angels have brought through over the last few years, which is this kaleidoscopic kind of holographic mandalas that I coat with various crystal powders and gem powders. Really amazing how the angels have showed me how to do this. But let me just play a little bit. With that being said, I will love to be here with Portal to Ascension, with Neil and the fam here for everybody. So I'm in the Stargate portal of Sedona right now, at my house up on the flanks of Airport Mesa, as I look out my window to Thunder Mountain behind me. So, and maybe you can't really see, but I will play, and I will do this as angelic invocation for all of us here on this special day here in April of 2021, going through this portal together. So I will just play, and may this be a little bit of an angelic blessing for you. If any of you are seeking healing right now on any level, I will play with that intention for you, that you can receive it through the sound. And So please enjoy. All right. So, I hope you enjoyed that little musical interlude. Playing the harp is such a magical instrument. You know, it's found throughout many ancient cultures and ancient myth and legend. And has the ability, I think it's probably the most magical instrument on the planet. And that could be debatable, but I would think so. It's found all over the world in every culture. You're a welcome joy. And I've really been a student of the harp to find the ancient history of it and the lineage of how it has been all over the world, and every major culture all over the world, in ancient culture, the harp was found. So it has a harmonic structure like no other. And what I was going to show you, how sound waves, I have some beautiful diagrams of how sound waves move through the air. And this is some scientific analysis in the diagrams. And I was actually going to show how even the Om symbol, which we all know is actually a sound wave that's kind of in suspended animation, the kind of a snapshot of a sound wave that was seen by the ancient rishis 5,000 years ago, who would fast and meditate and also smoke ganja to open up their higher chakras so that they could have visions. But you can see the interrelationship with the science of sound waves and even the Om symbol. And another fascinating thing I was going to show you, the relationship to sound, was how even the Sanskrit language, Hindu Sanskrit language, is which was a light language that the ancient rishis actually saw, appeared in the air when they were having these visions. It was kind of it was a sacred light language that was revealed. At one time I was in a yoga studio here in Sedona, and they had a poster of the Sanskrit language. And then I got upside down and I was looking at it through my legs in downward dog, and I noticed that the Sanskrit language actually, when you look at it and flip it upside down, it actually looks like people doing yoga. So you can actually see how these harmonics, these kind of primal, ancient kind of the original harmonics of creation, which permeate everything, has been translated and brought through and received through these ancient light languages like Sanskrit, Chinese, Hebrew, and Tibetan Sanskrit. There's the Hindu Sanskrit, Chinese, Hebrew. These are all seen in the air and revealed. And yoga, the way when you work with the sound, it actually moves the bodies into these ecstatic poses. So I wish you could see. But this also led me into my study of cymatics and how frequencies create patterns, and vice versa, how patterns can create frequencies, like with the crop circles. I have a nice display of crop circles here. So for me, with my work, when I'm working with the wind harp and the crystal bowls and the tuning forks with my clients, as I'm actually doing these instruments of sound, I can actually see the patterns that are being made. I can clairvoyantly, intuitively see in my mind's eye the patterns that I'm making around people. And for me, the main focus on my work with people is, first of all, to clear the system of any blockages that are in the nervous system, in the etheric body, in the chakra system, and then to connect them with these patterns, kind of the sacred geometries of light and sound, which when you get down to it, what's been shown to me is it's really like the flower of life, which we see PortalToAscension, has the seed of life, the flower of life, and the fruit of life as their logo here. This, I find, is the most powerful thing for me, because it comes through everything I do. If you look at my art, my stained glass, it's all six-sided hexagonal for the most part, and my portals of light, crystal alchemy paintings, very much hexagonal. So when I play my music, actually, my music is like, it's an audio, it's kind of the sound equivalent of the patterns which I create in my art. This is how it's all been shown to me. I wish you could see the beautiful pictures I had for you. But so for me, for those, that's the star of illumination. Thank you for showing some of these. That's the eye of the orchid, star of illumination. So for me, the visual component of the sacred geometry and the color, the harmonics of light and color, are very much kind of the flip side of the harmonics of sound. And so together I'm doing this spiritual alchemy where I'm blending the two together. And actually in my live performance now, I'm playing and channeling these harmonics on the harp and also projecting images of these patterns in high definition behind me when I'm playing. It's really cool. Hope you could come and see it someday. We might do something like that at Alan's book signing. But one thing I wanted to just kind of touch on again to finish, I guess, is that for those of you who are, seeking to understand more about the science and the philosophy of sound healing, for me, what has been key is, first of all, to come into a greater understanding and a sensitivity and refinement for your sensitivities to work with sound and frequency is to be very adept and familiar with sitting in silence through meditation of silence. That was what opened the door for me. And that is when I was able to tune into the music of the spheres and hear the celestial music of the angels. And these portals that connect us through these multidimensional circuits going up to these higher dimensions of light. These portals and the veils that kind of block them are thinning now as all these galactic alignments, and we're progressing through time and space on the time-space continuum, and Earth is now, standing on the threshold of the long prophesied golden age, that we do have access to our higher chakras now. So, knock and the door shall be open. So just sit in silence and really allow your inner hearing, what I call the third ear, go deep inside. And there you can find the inner sound that so many of the mystics and the saints have told us about. That is where I would direct you, is to go deep inside and find that quiet place. And then from that as a foundation to emerge out with more of a manifested expression, your unique expression with the sound, with the crystal bowls and all the wonderful tools we have to bring these frequencies. So I will play. Do I have another minute to close out here?
Yeah,
Neil?
go for it.
Okay, I'll just play a closing song. Is there anything else you wanted to say, Neil? I guess that's about our timing, yeah?
Yeah, not really, but I just want to say, I guess I'll say this now to you, but I definitely want to talk to you about your research, and I have a sound course coming up. So let's connect, and maybe you can be a little guest presenter at the sound course
Love
or something.
to. Well, thank you for the invitation. So I will play one more piece to close off with you. Once again, playing to you live from the galactic starport of Sedona, Arizona, up here on the side of Airport Mesa. Thank you, and blessings on your day. Thanks for having me, Neil.
Love you, brother.
Love you too.
See you soon. Thank you so much again, Peter. And you did say a couple people want to know his website, so I'm going to tell you one more time here. Peter's website is harpmagic.com. That's harpmagic.com. I'm going to throw it in the Zoom room. And Peter is truly amazing, right? I mean, I just love having the harp component to it. Today, we're actually going to end today with some harp as well from Phil Gruber. So we're going to have two different harp experiences. But just thank you so much, Peter. And honestly, why are we doing a sound and vibrational conference, right? We know that it helps us, heal, align, puts things in perspective, helps alleviate anxiety, cultivate inner peace. But ultimately, sound and vibration really is, yeah, it's a tool and reminder, as Christopher says. But sound and vibration, like, why is it my number one topic that I love so much? Well, every other topic goes within sound and vibration, right? Like, I challenge anyone to tell me any topic in the world of anything that doesn't connect to sound and vibration. The reason why is if you're talking about something that's physical, well, technically it's made out of sound and vibration of frequencies that are solidified within the perception that we have of what we can see and feel, right? And then when we're talking about the non-physical, we're still talking about vibration. So everything's in it. Even when we talk about ancient history, our true world history, where do we come from? What's the truth of our the timeline of humanity? How long have we really been sentient beings on this planet? Even when we speak about that, we're speaking about the evolution of consciousness. The evolution of consciousness is what? It's a vibrational game. Whether it's a higher or lower frequency, maybe that's just a human construct, the higher and lower component, but it is a frequency shift. So when we talk about all topics, even UFOs and extraterrestrials, what are we speaking about? Beings that we cannot perceive because of the frequency, again, sound and vibration. Every planet in our solar system, every planet in the galaxy, every celestial body in the universe is emanating a frequency. We're able to translate that into audio. So what we're doing right here is not just a remembrance, but it's rejoining the vibration of what is. Because it's all one frequency experiencing itself in infinite forms, right? And right now in this moment, we're rejoining the cosmic frequency and the wave that is, without the duality, without the having to do this, without the need to be something, just simply being. That's what we are really here to do. And but the more we can be, and be at peace with ourselves and just be the human beings that we're designed to be, the more we're able to create a huge impact on this planet and make real shift and real changes on Earth. So now we're going to get into the next presenter for today. Hope you guys are having a good time. Christopher says, is the light vibration? Yeah, light is vibration as well. And that goes down a rabbit hole of really explaining that. But I do have a presentation on PortalToAscension called Quantum Metaphysics, where it speaks about the connection between light and sound and the vibration of it all. So our next presenter today is Ben Carroll, and I'm extremely excited to bring him on once again. If you have attended one of these sound healing events in the past few months, I think in the last 5 to 6 months, we've had Ben Carroll on 3 times probably. So I'm going to locate you here, Ben, and I'm going to do a little introduction before we bring Ben on officially. So just keep your camera off for a moment, brother. And you guys are in for a special treat right now, as the whole day is really, a bunch of gifts from these practitioners to us. Ben Carroll is a gifted and intuitive sound worker. As a former full-time touring musician and universal recording artist with album sales reaching in the hundreds of thousands, Ben has quite a unique background. As a perpetual student of metaphysics, consciousness, and the effect of sound and vibration on the body and mind, that transition from rock star to sound healer wasn't as far as a leap as one may imagine. For several years now, Ben's focus has been on using sound coupled with group energy to strengthen intuition, facilitate healing, access higher dimensions of self, and facilitate the recalibration and expansion of the mind-body-soul connection. His sound healing journey work events have had a profound effect on many that have had the opportunity to experience them. So let's all welcome Ben Carroll. You there, brother?
Hey, Neil.
Hey, brother. So good to see you. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. How about yourself?
Good, man. Well, thank you so much for being here again and always showing up, dude. I really appreciate you. And it's all yours. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So today, we are going to get right into it and just do a nice long session with sound. And I want to set an intention first because I feel like setting an intention is always important when you're working with sound and energy. And today I just want to set a simple intention of just decompressing, releasing tension, releasing stress, and just getting absorbed into the sound and becoming so big in the sound that all of this denser energy that's been accumulating in us can just drain away. So we'll start with a very short guided portion, and then we'll get into pure sound for the duration. start by connecting with your breath. With some nice, big, deep, full breaths, breathing all the way down to the bottom of your lungs. Feeling your belly rising as your lungs fill. And a big, full exhale, releasing all of that air. Breath is so important on so many levels, but it's also directly connected to our state of consciousness. Continuing those deep breaths and starting to focus in on the sound. Hearing the droning of the singing bowls, the nature sounds, and just letting yourself get lulled into a state of relaxation. Feeling your body relaxing. Feeling tension draining away. Stresses starting to recede. And just fully opening up and allowing this sound to travel down into your body. Feeling this sound, these vibrations, creating space in your body. Feeling yourself, your energy body, your physical body, your consciousness expanding out into these sounds. Moving out further and becoming so massive, so full of light, that there is nothing for these tensions and these stresses to hold on to. And feeling all of these denser energies starting to dissolve away, draining away, filling you with a sense of peace, belonging, connection. And allowing yourself to continue to move with these sounds, relaxing, releasing, allowing these sounds to flow through you.
Ben, thank you so much, brother.
Thank you so much for having me, Neil. Such an honor, such a pleasure.
I just stepped outside to grab some things, so let's just taking a moment here to bask in the energy. Why don't you, could you tell everyone where we can find out more about you? And again, how long have you been doing sound healing? Can you maybe give us like a minute of your transition from rock to sound? And are you still playing rock right now?
Yeah, sure. So the transition is not a quick story, but to put it simply, that I when I was 25 years old, I played in a hard rock band that's signed to Universal Records, and my life became really crazy. But sound was something that I had been called to my whole life, and growing up playing instruments was more about just creating soundscapes um, than it was about writing songs or playing songs. But being in the society that we're in, I was told that if I wanted to make a living being a musician, I had to write songs and get them on the radio, get a record deal, and all that stuff. So I ultimately ended up doing that, and played in a hard rock band, traveled all over touring for a while, and it never felt as fulfilling as my 14-year-old self expected it to be. And after about 10 years, a band called Ra, like the Egyptian sun god, went into hiatus, and I moved up to Portland, Maine. We were based out of New York City, to just kind of decompress. The plan was to live in Portland for 6 months or so and then figure out what I was going to do with the rest of my life. And I just started exploring a lot of different things, taking meditation classes, studying Reiki, and I discovered singing bowls around that time, sound healing and singing bowls, and I was instantly captivated by the singing bowls, and was also really curious what it'd be like to sing with singing bowls. So I eventually got a bowl and brought it home and started singing with it. And it's really interesting the way the bowl and the voice interact, and you can kind of create overtones and interesting things happen. So of course, within 2 weeks, I had about 8 more. And it just became what I did for myself every morning as my own meditation. I would just sing with the bowls and travel on the sound for anywhere from 20 minutes. And if I didn't have anywhere to be and didn't have to watch the clock, 3 hours would really easily go by. And I just did that as my morning practice. I absolutely never intended on sharing it with anyone. It kind of mortified me, but as the universe tends to do, it kind of pushed me in that direction. And after I ignored the pushes, I was shoved. Started doing this, and it instantly did really well. And long story short, I just never looked back. Just kind of rolled with it and went with it, and it ultimately became the most fulfilling thing I've ever done in my life, facilitating sound for people. Before the world shut down, I was traveling all over New England and down the coast a couple times a year, doing in-person events. And then when everything kind of screeched to a halt, I immediately started trying to bring what I did in studios to an online forum. And in studios, it's completely unplugged. I have singing bowls and some other things like solfeggio tubes, but I always wanted to bring it online, and I never had the time because I was so busy. But I incorporated elements like binaural beats that I didn't use today because they don't work so well over Zoom, and synth pads and nature sounds and drums that I sampled my own native frame drums and stuff like that. And yeah, and now I'm doing online events pretty regularly, and it's completely different from what I do in person, but I feel like it's just as potent in its own way. And actually, I'd like to mention that I'm facilitating a free event on Wednesday. If anybody wants to come seek me out to find that, my website is innerselfsustained.com. And I see you back, Neil.
Innerselfsustained.com, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I for one, I'm so grateful you found sound healing.
Me too.
I mean, so amazing, brother. I just want to thank you so much for everything you do, but also saying yes every single time. You do this, like this is basically your role and your mission, your job right now, and you say yes, all the time to come on our platform and to present to everybody. So I'm just grateful that you step up all the time and you're just sharing your gift with the world. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And I appreciate what you guys are doing as well. Portal Ascension and you yourself sharing all the knowledge about sound and vibration and all the other stuff.
Thank you, brother. Yeah, and if you're going to stick around, I'm going to do a little sound and vibrational presentation right now too. So we're going to go right into that and add some context. So again, thank you, Ben. Appreciate you. Everybody, please do check out Ben on innerselfsustain.com. And then we'll be having you back at the Portal to Ascension conference in May as well.
Yep. Looking forward to it.
All right, brother. Take care.
See you soon, man. Thank you.
All right. How is everybody feeling right now? Let's go ahead and check in with everyone. I like to make events as interactive as possible, and really just like, even though this is a webinar and that we're talking to you and there's a presentation, definitely please comment, leave questions so that I can engage with you and see what you're saying, because this is what it's all about. It's not about someone presenting to you. It's about us experiencing the sound and vibration together. And we're just facilitating this information in this moment, but it's truly about all of us. And what's going on right now, like we had a solid 100 people in the room, right? We have around 60, 70 people watching elsewhere. Then there's also, can everybody hear me? Because my system is saying my microphone's not working. Let me know. First yes I get, we're good. Okay, cool. So where was I? So yes, experiencing the sound of vibration. Say that we had 170 people watching live at any given time. There's watching parties. There's like 5 people out there. There's 10 people out there watching at the same time. We're creating this grid work, and it's truly an activation event. What we're doing is we're going within our own consciousness. We're going to the depths of our soul and our being, going into our DNA. The sound that we're made out of, the harmonic frequencies that are being played right now are going through our own being, right? And it's activating us to a higher cause, right? For lack of a better explanation, to the cause of really why we're here on this planet, who we are, where we come from. But even if we put all that to the side, right? What does it do? What are you listening to? We're listening to the sounds of the universe right now, right? We're listening to sounds of creation, whether it's a tool that has been created later, millions of years after the universe birth, if we're talking about linear time, which really isn't a good construct either to speak of, but we are tapping in to the frequency of the cosmos, and that's what today is about. So I'm going to read some of your comments here. And Ben, if you're still in the room, we do have some comments for you. Sarala, I can't see the rest of your name, is saying, do you do one-on-one sessions? So please do ask that. And then we have, what else do we have here? So if you guys have any comments, how you're feeling, please do put it in the chat right now. I'm going to take a look. Okay. So beautiful, lovely, wonderful. This allowed me to retune to my authentic origin/self. Thank you. That's so beautiful. Last time Ben performed, actually, if you guys were here, I actually cried. It was extremely emotional for me. And I wasn't even trying to it wasn't like I had anything in my head, emotions that I was worried about, anything. It was just brought out that energy of me, and whatever needed to be expelled in that moment truly came out. And my friend Dr. Dream, he says there's 15 toxins that only come out of your body when you cry. They're only released through your eyeballs. So we're supposed to cry and just let that energy flow and really feel what it means to be human. We did have someone on YouTube that left an interesting comment that I'm going to go and take a look at right now. It was from a doctor and speaking about their experiences and what they recommend. So I'm going to see if you're still in the chat room in YouTube on New Realities TV with Alan Steinfeld. Maria Johnson says, as a medical doctor, I always suggest to patients to do music or sound therapy to improve their health. That's great. It's a great addition. And what we've probably noticed in the last decade or more really is that a lot of sound modalities, right? Let's say frequency modalities, Reiki healing, pranic healing. Many of these individuals that do these types of holistic practices are now incorporating sound. So this might not be as easy to do Reiki and pranic healing in one session, but you can couple almost anything, I would say everything really, with sound and vibrational healing, except for, of course, the meditation of no sound, which is sound in itself. You know, it's like what Peter Sterling was saying, just being in that silence and that stillness. And my yardstick really to measure myself really is Ben. I'm not sure what you mean about warning. Maybe you're speaking to someone else, but my yardstick to really measure my own, you know, evolution within meditation and consciousness is my ability to sit with myself. I used to, like 10 years ago or a little less even, really difficult for me to sit with myself. I would have racing thoughts all the time. I'd be really judgmental, hard on myself. I did not want to sit with myself. When I did plant medicine ceremonies, my number one fear was what's going to happen if I'm going to sit with myself. Maybe I'm not going to be like what I see. Through going through a lot of experiences, I realized that when I have these silent type experiences, when I go to Vipassana, have the silent meditation, or do plant medicine, that all my fears about what am I going to see really kind of get blown out of the water, and it becomes about how beautiful I really am, and that I forgot that. So that's what I really have cultivated, and still I'm cultivating when it comes to those type of meditations. And then same thing with sound or vibration. You know, it just gives you that frequency to concentrate on, that you can kind of get lost into this other world, right? This, well, not really an other world, because it really is this world right now. So Christopher's saying is, yes, self-talk and self-love is crazy important and not taught. And then Sorala said quantum touch is beyond Reiki. Yeah, there's definitely modalities that go to the other level. I've had a quantum touch session before. Okay, so now what we're going to do is, everybody, I have you for a full hour. Then we're going to go with Claire, and I believe Claire is in the room. But I think, Claire, you said you're not ready until after 4. So if you're ready earlier than 4, just go ahead and let me know, or around 4-ish or something, let me know in the room, and we'll see about getting you on a little earlier. But for the next hour, we're going to do a few different things. I want to talk about our new website. I want to show you guys it, show you some new events on there. I want to do some humming with you. We're going to do some vocal toning together. And also, I'm going to do 2 different presentations, short little clips from presentations. So let's start out with humming, right? And we're going to go into really behind the scenes a little more about humming, and actually do it a little more intentionally in about 30-40 minutes from now. But I just want to briefly speak about it. And I think that together, before I begin communicating what I have to share with you right now, we'll do some ohms together as well. So humming, you know, the human voice is the first ever sound tool. There's a lot of evidence and like scriptures, ancient texts out there that show that many instruments that were created were actually designed to mimic what they were already doing with their voice. Good example, Mongolian chanting. There was a waterfall, right? In ancient this is an ancient Mongolian text, where they would hear a double octave coming out of the waterfall when it would hit the stones at the rocks at the bottom of the waterfall. So the Mongolian individuals at that time, they wanted to mimic the sound of that waterfall, and that's how they started and initiated the double octave Mongolian chants. That's one of the stories. There's other stories. Some of them might be myths, some of them might be true, others might just be metaphors, right? But they were attempting to mimic the sound of nature with their voice. Even the didgeridoo, there's information about that as well. But when it comes to our voice, we're able to hit all types of harmonics and have such a wider range than a single frequency instrument. Tuning fork is one of the most purest instruments with that tone that just kind of penetrates through. But a lot of instruments create multiple oscillations, multiple frequencies come out of them. But with our voice, think of the range of what we can do with our voice. I'll give you an example, right? So I'm Indian, and I was born and raised Hindu. And obviously there's lots of Sanskrit mantras, and you probably know about a lot of them, because the fact is that a lot of these mantras made their way into the spiritual movement that we're all a part of right now. And one mantra would be the Gayatri mantra, right? It's said to be, and I like to say it's said to be, because ultimately who's the one who told us that this is the case? They may be incorrect too, but it's said to be the oldest mantra on earth. And it's the mantra of the beginning of creation before everything came about. And it's sung a few different ways. But if you go to a temple, or having a puja or ceremony at your house, the priest usually will start out with this mantra. And it goes something like this. And I want you just to listen and hear the frequency range, right? Where it goes, how it's all over the place. And just like what we had spoke about in the beginning, I think it was, I'm not sure who mentioned it, but maybe it was Vox, but we talked about Peter Sterling talked about light language and its connection to Sanskrit, right? So we're talking Sanskrit right now, and see if you can hear maybe some similarities into light language in this. This is the Gayatri mantra. Om Bhurбhava Swaha Tatsarvitarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhava Swaha Tatsarvitarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Bhurбhava Swaha Tatsarvitarvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. You see that range of frequency that they had when I was researching sound and frequency years ago, right? I guess like 11, 12 years ago, so quite some time ago. When I was researching it, I heard people talk about how Sanskrit was written in 432 hertz, right? And then I looked into that more and I realized that was just a speculation. There is no real hardcore evidence to say that this is based on a 432 hertz scale and that the Western is based on 440. But if you do listen, the one component that I did enjoy from that piece of learning is that if you do listen to Western, linguistics compared to Eastern, you hear a very flat tone compared to a very full range, full spectrum. So then the theory goes into that the Eastern world, in which they know about, energy centers, meridians, and chakras, had created language in order to complement the activation of these energy centers. Even the word ah, for example, in ancient Egypt, there is text out there that says the vowels were not used in ancient Egypt, and vowels were introduced at a later point in order for humanity to keep their consciousness high to a certain level in a world that was devolving into a lower frequency. So these vowels were sacred tones, sacred chants that we could incorporate in order to activate these energy centers in a world where that frequency was becoming what seemed to be dormant. So the vowels, what are the vowels in English? A, E, I, O, U. So what we're going to do is we're going to chant together 3 ohms, and this is going to probably be a good 15 minutes here. We're going to chant together 3 ohms, and then we're going to chant A, E, I, O, U. And the way it's going to go is I'll do A, E, I just to give you an example. Okay, I'm just going to check the chat right here. Okay. So first, this is how we pronounce A, E, I, right? E. E. And then I. And then I'll go O, U, all the way to the end. So what I want you to do is we're going to be very intentional. We're not just going into this just to chant. We're going to do it as slow as we can. Feel every vibration. Feel where the vibration goes in your body. Direct the energy where you want it to go and see if you can play with it. And then when I get into this presentation in a few minutes, I'm going to talk about the humming effect and what happens within your body at that point when you hum or when you chant like this. So let's go ahead now. We're going to start with 3 ohms. So I want everybody to just take a few breaths here and just center yourself. Breathe in. Breathe out. Another deep breath in. Out. Keep breathing slowly as I talk. And when we're talking about Om, we're not talking about any religious scripture here. We're talking about our primordial sound, the sound of creation. No dogma, no religion involved in the frequency of Om. So continue to breathe. And the next inhale, we're going to exhale with our first of 3 ohms. So inhale, deep inhale. Deep inhale. Inhale again. Keep breathing slowly. And if you're choosing to Om with us and chant with us right now, if you're not, that's fine. But if you're choosing to do that right now, I want you to Om and hear yourself Om. I know I'm Oming here. I'm the only sound that we can all hear. But I want you to Om loud enough for yourself to hear it and feel it within yourself. So now we're going to go into the vowels, okay? And just feel how you feel after this as well. After we're done with this, the vowel set right now, we're going to take a good minute and we're not going to say anything and just sit with that vibration, okay? So we're going to start with A, just in the way I said it before, where we're going to take a deep inhale in, and then we're going to breathe it out. So let's go. Inhale. E. E. I. O. You. Continue to breathe. And that's just another sound tool, right? Your own voice, your own ability to do it. I was going through some hard times a few years ago, like 2 years ago, right? And I was really like, I couldn't stop thinking about the issues that I had. I would wake up thinking about it, couldn't go to sleep properly. Like it was just really just occupying my head all the time. I couldn't get it out of my brain. So I was like, why don't I do what I've been telling people to do for so long? Why don't I just chant for a couple of weeks, this 2-3 times a day and see what happens? So that's exactly what I did. I think for about 2 weeks almost, I chanted the AEIOU and then also the chakra seed sounds. We're going to do another sound with the chakra sounds in a bit. So I wanted to start with things that do not relate to dogma, do not relate to, even though a lot of the things I'm talking about are not. It's been hijacked and taken into religion, right, and been utilized by religion. So I wanted to start with the sounds. We can all relate to the vowels, but then we're going to get into more of the Sanskrit sounds in just a moment here, okay? So while we're in this energy still, the energy from all the sound practitioners today, the energy from the chanting right now and feeling our own power, I'm going to do this poem, and then I'm going to get into a presentation here. So this poem is called Unlock DNA. Actually, no, it's the wrong one. Hold on. Give me a second to find it, everyone. Here we go. Dark mind, dark days to find. Lyricism crossed the line. Mental prism, a victim to the times. Zeitgeist moment, a flicker in my mind's eye. I fly higher than most, an undercover ghost. To the dead, alive and woke, we toast, raise cups high, raise vibrations, eradicate lies. Answer the question who, what, where, and why. With words that fry your brain, release the necessity for fame, ego growth, shift the frequency of both. 2 dimensions, no depth. The third one adds lungs and breath. The fourth takes us to the astral, where time exists as a fractal. And don't speak of the fifth. To the elite, I plead the fifth. Quietly raise my fist, rearrange the energy of this plane, the quantum lyricist. Spray the etheric mist and vibrate out of this density into the next. We are the ghosts of the dark worlds. The spirit of the ocean reflected in the pearls, entering Fibonacci spirals, speed picks up in this whirlpool of light with a heavenly sight. I see through densities. There are plenty of enemies to go all around, attempting to stop creations that are so profound. Will shake the top of the mound where the sermon was once said. For over 2,000 years we bled, eyes bloodshot red from the herb that I smoked to the sleeping and the woke. Don't provoke, cause the cosmic joke, it won't always make you laugh. Coming from the past to teach you about the future, I diffuse the rhyme sayer, soul slayer, conscious creator, existential innovator. One prayer is all we need to plant seeds and to live, kid. This is the planetary system that you're living in, so embrace the solar dust that you face. Displace the rust that the matrix has laced, perpetuating the rat race, fragmenting from humanity's birthplace to the third aspect of linear space. Encased in limitation, pollution, and waste, I erase this timeline. I replace the elitist bloodline. Spit fire from the chakra points in my spine, relentlessly find a way to bend back time before the dimensional decline, before when we were all one, before off our axis we were spun. That's a couple of poems that I put together there. All right, so I'm just gonna take a few breaths here before we move into the next experience. And if you guys are interested in checking out any of my poetry and spoken word and rap, you can find that on Instagram, instagram.com/I_am_resonance. But before we get into the presentation, I'm going to show you an upcoming course that my wife and I are doing together. And I'm extremely excited for this because my wife and I have done this course in person together, but we have not actually done a course online together ever. So this is the first time for us in the 10 years we've been together working on something like this online. And we've put together, from high demand, a lot of people have asked us to do it, finally moved our sound and vibrational healing course online. It's going to be a 4-week course starting on April 27th, and it goes up until May 18th. It's $99. If you guys are interested, I'll put it in the chat room. I'll put it in the comments. You can also go on online events on our website and check it out there. But we're going to go over a lot of stuff. And some of what I'm going to share with you right now will also be in here in this course, but obviously it's going to be much more expanded when we do the course. But just to read from this here, we're going to learn the fundamentals, ancient to modern history and science and metaphysics behind sound healing. So Portal to Ascension, as a lot of you may know, we are really into full spectrum awareness, right? Like hitting on every level. Some people have said, why are you calling yourself Portal to Ascension when you do events on UFOs and ETs? Well, it's all within it, right? Ascension is the encompassing word. The only other equivalent word really to that in this world where we create words to explain things would be the evolution of consciousness, right? So within the evolution of consciousness, within ascension, all the aspects, whether it's the conspiracies that have been happening, whether it's the sacred sexuality and your divine nature, the return of the divine feminine, the return of the divine masculine, ancient history, uncovering a true archaeological history, evidence of giants that existed on Earth. What are the facts of the Old Testament, the New Testament? What are the components that connect religions worldwide? All of that really goes within it. So when it comes to sound and vibrational event, that's how we do it as well. So this one, we're going to be doing ancient to modern history, science and metaphysics behind sound healing, a fully encompassing course in which we'll delve into a holistic awareness of sound and vibration, taking us before the physical universe existed to the manifestation of all creation and sound tools that exist on Earth. And we're going to be going through ancient sites, many different ancient sites, and how they use harmonics and acoustics, and then also try to explain and see what we know about these cultures and how they could have ended up with such advanced knowledge of sound and frequency, as well as tying that into the extraterrestrial question. But on top of that, there'll be Q&A. There'll be guests there. Peter Sterling just confirmed earlier today he'll be there. There's a couple of other practitioners I'm going to invite as well to be guests here. But this course is going to be full of information. There's going to be a Q&A time every single time as well. 4 classes, 3 hours per class, and you get unlimited replay access. So if you guys are interested, I'll post it in the room in just a bit here, or go to our website and check it out over there. So I'm going to check in with everybody one more time because I love checking in with everyone, see how you're all feeling. So go ahead and leave a comment if you like to, and I'm going to read the comments here in YouTube. Maria is saying, absolutely, we need to relearn and heal ourselves. Humanity has forgotten to do so. Yeah, it's interesting because we are almost having to unlearn what we've been indoctrinated with through karmic imprints, through past life imprints, through the construct of society and governments and our educational system, right? There's so much information out there that has really taken us away from what it's really all about. Like our first or second presenter was talking about today, being the custodians of Earth. How do we become the custodians of Earth? That's really what we're all about, is taking care of each other, taking care of ourselves, of course, taking care of each other, and taking care of the planet. And it seems like we've been drifting away from that for quite some time now. So what is needed is a return to that mentality. What is the flaws within business when it comes to conscious business, right? One of them would be the fact that the bottom line is always the shareholder, is the business, is profitability. We not often enough is planet and humanity incorporated in the business structures that we're creating in the world. So the solutions, I'm going to say, are very easy, but the implementation of it with so many people on the planet, with the power structures that we have, is what makes it difficult. But the solutions are extremely easy to do. Like they're easy to do, but we just need to have the masses and a collective awakening so that we can all be in alignment with those solutions, right? Yes, and Frank is asking, is this going to be posted in its entirety? Yes, it is going to be, so you can watch it back here anytime. And I'm going to get right now into a presentation. And my email here is being posted in the group because someone is asking. If you guys are interested in having me on your podcast, by the way, or at a conference, please do reach out to me because I would love to be on some, especially to announce a new website. So let's do this. Let's get into some information here. That's going to be really fun. Okay, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a portion of my creation stories presentation. And we're going to start from this slide here on the Dogon tribe. And even though technically it's not about sound or vibrational healing, this is the introduction to the component on my presentation here that is about that. And I figured that it would be kind of nice thing to explore the Dogon and a couple of different tribes, and even look at the Dogon dance in which they're playing drums and they're dancing before we get into how sound and vibration has been used in creation stories. So starting the slideshow here. So I'm going to go now, again, I'm going to say it one more time. I'm going to go over 2 different ancient civilizations really quick, and then we're going to get into the sound and vibrational component of this. 2 of them are the Greek civilization and the Dogon. So the Dogon tribe, many of you have probably heard of before. They're an African tribe that live in Mali. Their creation stories are believed to go back thousands of years, and some claim that they may be descended from ancient Egyptians. They believe that an egg of the world out in space, which is now known to modern astronomers as Sirius B, how how astrological maps depicted the star existence on ancient Dogon artifacts is baffling, since conventional scientists only discovered this star in 1970, right? We're talking about frequencies, we're talking about stars. Stars emanate frequencies too. And I'm gonna show you a couple of different planets' frequencies, Jupiter and I think Saturn as well, in a little bit. The creation myth of the Dogon begins with Amma, the god who existed before time and created the world. The egg of the world, or Sirius B, is sometimes referred to as the original placenta, which may refer to Amma's origins. So now we have here these, this tribe talking about the egg of the world being Sirius B, where we were birthed from, and was like the placenta, therefore also doubling down on the birth analogy there, which may refer to Amma's origins. Amma that creates the earth and marries her. However, the clitoris of the earth is opposed to Amma's penis. Therefore, it is only after Amma removes the earth's clitoris that they are able to conceive 4 sets of twins. The twins are known as Nomo. One of the twins is referred to as Onomo, while the other is Ogo. Now we have the beginning of duality, guys. We have an egg splitting open, birthing us through the placenta. 2 twins, duality exists. The Nomo have the shape of the fish and require a watery environment to live, but they also have arms and legs. Ogo removes himself from Amma's womb before he's finished in order to take over creation. With no partner of his own, he mates with the earth, and that act brings disorder and chaos into the world. So that is the beginning of the duality that we have now. That is their story right there. Amma then sends Onomo to earth in an ark. Doesn't that sound very interesting? We're talking about the same story as Noah's flood here. In order to quell the chaos of Ogo, restarting the world. Ogo realizes that Onomo is stronger and demands Amma give him his placenta so he can be strong too. Instead, Amma uses placenta to create the sun, births the sun from the original constellation of Sirius. Amma gives him his placenta so he can be strong too. Already read that. Then she turns Ogo into a fox, but he continues to wreak havoc on the world. Amma then sacrifices Onoma. His blood purifies the earth. Amma then cuts his body into pieces in order to create the stars, planets, and animals. And you'll see a similar story like this in many ancient civilizations. I would say in the hundreds, something similar to this, whereas a lot of them actually talk about the cosmic egg being before creation happened. So now let's get into some frequency info. But first, actually, let me play this video here, and we're going to have a little experience of the Dogon mask dance. And this mask is supposed to be one of the beings from Sirius, what they look like, and this is their mask dance. that actually, that dance, that celebration takes place every 60 years. So I'm going to skip these right here because even though it's very interesting, it's not directly related to sound and vibration. But if you would like to, you can go ahead and check it out on PortalToAscension.org. Creation Stories presentation is available for free there. And you can go ahead and watch this 3-hour presentation where I go through a lot of ancient stories here. But let's move forward now into let's go to the cosmic egg, right? So there's been several mythologies about the cosmic egg, including one that developed in China, begin with the splitting of in two of a cosmic egg. In the Chinese version, this is followed by the growth of a giant whose limbs eventually form the observable world. A dismembered giant features also in the Germanic or Norse account of creation. In the Germanic version, though, it begins with a magic emptiness, one of the most characteristic features of creation stories, complete emptiness, void. The Hebrews imagine a first moment when all is void, with darkness on the face of the deep. In Greece, the story begins with chaos, meaning a gaping emptiness. In Egypt and Mesopotamia, a boundless ocean sets the primal scene, right? So we have a lot of talk about the ocean, the space being an ocean, which is why the Navy, the US Navy, has precedence in space, because the space is considered an extension of the oceans. So that's why US Navy, and when we talk about secret space program, we have the US Navy all over it, is because some may think it'd be the Air Force, but no, it's the Navy. So the cosmic egg, this is interesting component because we have the void, we have nothingness, right? So what is the void? It's the stillness. It's what we were talking about earlier. It's the silence. There's no sound. And then all of a sudden there's this explosion, right? That's what conventional scientists say. There was an explosion. How it exactly happened, and if it was an explosion in the way that we would think an explosion occurs, we don't really know. But this sound occurred, and all of a sudden an oscillation out into the cosmos, a ripple, whoa, 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 whatever you want to call it. This frequency just started emanating out, and all material matter and all land masses and all creation and all physicality and dimensions started being created from that. So we have the stillness that came before the sound. And then all of a sudden, the cosmic egg cracks into two, creating duality, chaos, and order, starting the process of time. The cosmic egg. In ancient Egyptians, they saw the cosmic egg as the soul of the primeval waters out of which creation arose. In one story, the sun god emerged from a primeval mound, itself a version of the cosmic egg resting in the original sea. And then we spoke about the Chinese one. In the Satpatha Brahmana of India, it contains the story of desire of the original maternal waters, desire to reproduce. So I need to say that part again. The desire of the original maternal waters, maternal creation, the beginning. No, it's talking about a feminine energy because we're giving birth. Desire to reproduce. Why are we here? We're here to experience. Why did Source want to send us here in the first place? In order to experience and clock in these experiences with Source. Why is there infinite experiences, infinite dimensions, infinite realities? Because all experiences are valid and matter and happen. Everything that can happen, will happen, should happen, happens all the time simultaneously. So it's the desire to reproduce. Through a series of prolonged rituals, the waters became so hot that they gave birth to a golden egg. Here we go again. Eventually, after about the time it takes for a woman or a cow to give birth, the creator emerged from the egg and creation took place. Within this egg typically resides a divine being who literally creates him herself from nothing. So in a lot of stories, we have a divine being that lives in the egg and is kind of put out into the cosmos, into our universe as it cracks open. In Finnish creation epic, the Kalevala, the world is created from fragments of an egg, fractal fragmentation. We're talking about sacred geometry here, laid by a duck on the knee of a primordial sea goddess. And then in Zoroastrian tradition, we have this individual, this god here, Ormazad, created the world from a chaos. He gathered the turbulent material and formed it into a great egg. From the upper part of the shell, he formed the sky, and from the lower half, he formed the earth. He then filled the lower part of the shell with the primeval waters again and set the earthen disk on top of it. And there's just a few more here that I'm going to skip over. And then, of course, in science, what is the science creation story? Well, cosmological models within science might maintain that 13.8 billion years ago, the entire mass of the universe was compressed into a gravitational singularity, the so-called cosmic egg. So this is from conventional science, peer-reviewed science, NASA, all of them. So what are they calling it? What do they call the Big Bang? Well, believe it or not, they also call it the cosmic egg. And they took it from other scriptures that have called it cosmic egg from so long, from which it expanded into its current state. So what is the number one creation story in the world? The Big Bang. The Big Bang is a theory, right? It's a creation story. It's no more valid than any other metaphysical creation story. So now in metaphysics, what is the story of metaphysics that connects to that? Well, there was a cosmic egg, which represents potentiality. The cosmic egg, infinite mass. Everything within the cosmos, everything that will ever be experienced in this universe, in every dimension, in this tiny singularity over here, it's extreme potentiality. It is the pre-creation held within the chaos, waiting to become the cosmos. This duality then sets up a conflict found throughout the world mythology, the duality of chaos and order, good and evil, light and dark, love and hate. All of that comes from the cracking of the cosmic egg, which brings us into sound in creation stories. When I start my sound presentations, I almost always start it with this quote, because everything that I just explained right there, this ties in everything that I just said in the last few slides that doesn't have to do with sound and frequency. This ties it all together. Because ultimately, how did everything get manifested? From an expression of vibration. So this tribe here, Laguna Pueblo, native indigenous tribe, native tribe in North America. This is their creation story here. And I'm going to say it slowly, and I might go over a couple parts over again because I really want you to take in what is being expressed. In the center of the universe, she sang. In the midst of the waters, she sang. In the midst of heaven, she sang. In the center, she sang. Her singing made all of the worlds of the spirits, the worlds of the people, the worlds of the creatures, the worlds of the gods. In this way, she separated the quarters. Singing, she separated. Upon the face of heaven, she placed her song. Upon the face of water, she placed her song. Thus, she placed her song. Thus, she placed her will. Thus wove she her design. Thus sang the spider. Thus she thought. This right here says it all. In the center of the universe, and this is a metaphorical explanation of scientific occurrences that occur in our cosmos. This is how we were created, according to this tribe. In the center of the universe, she sang. The original Big Bang, the oscillation from a singularity into duality. Interestingly enough, what do we call the infinite mass? A singularity. What do we call the infinite mass that explodes and becomes everything? A duality, right? So in the center of the universe, she sang. In the midst of the waters, we're talking about the waters being the ocean, being space, she sang. In the midst of the heavens, she sang. In the center, she sang. Her singing, it made all of the worlds of spirits, people, creatures, gods. Wait a second. Her singing made the gods? So now we have something that is going to be addressed on the next slide a little bit more. How can the sound create God? Wasn't God here before sound? Right? Use your own explanation of what you think God is, but let's just say like the worlds of the gods, right? So how is that possible? In this way, she separated the quarters, right? Talking about heaven and earth splitting up. Singing, she separated. Upon the face of heaven, she placed her song. Upon the face of water. So everywhere you look at the heavens, you look at the water, you look at everywhere, you see her song. And then what do we get in the end? Now here's the smoking gun. Thus sang the spider. Wait a second. What are we talking about? What do spiders do? They create webs. What kind of shapes are these webs in? Fractal sacred geometrical shapes. What is this talking about? Let's just say that this divine feminine energy, mother creation, was in the universe somewhere, expanded, started singing everywhere, everything started getting created. But what shape was that creation occurring in? A spider web fractaling out. Thus sang the spider. Thus she thought. That's where we all came from. One thought. What if could I be this? The polar opposite. And that's one of my poems too. So thus she sang, the spider, thus she thought. I love that creation story. And some more creation stories that speak about sound. The Australian Aborigines, they speak of the 3 sacred songs. The song past, sung by the primordial ancestor spirits who walked across their landscape, singing its landforms into existence. Doesn't this sound very familiar? Then we have, of course, the 6 days of creation. There's 6 aspects of Om. There's 6 solfeggio tones. There's 6 aspects of the all-seeing eye of Horus. So we have the number 6 too. And then this quote here that you might think you feel sounds familiar, but is actually from somewhere completely different than you might be thinking. In the beginning was Brahman, who was the Word, and the Word is Brahman. The Krishna Yajurveda. Well, what does that sound like? It sounds like John 1:1 in the Old Testament. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. How can 2 religions be so different? One being like what one religion would call pagan and polytheistic, right? And then the other one being this monotheistic religion that says they have no connection to these Eastern religions, have the exact same line and quote, almost verbatim, in their text. And then the Indian text being a little older than the one that was found in the Old Testament. So the largest, besides the Big Bang, Big Bang theory, as I say, besides the Big Bang myth, right, and creation story, we have the other most well-known creation story from the Old Testament, John 1:1. And how does that go? It goes, in the beginning was the Word. Okay, I don't think we need to go any further. We just got told right there, in the beginning was the Word. Okay, so what's the answer to this question right here? What's the answer to how did the worlds of the gods get created from sound? Well, the Bible, John 1:1 tells you right here. Well, the reason why that is because in the beginning was the Word. That's all that existed. And the Word was with God. Whoa. So we're talking about 2 separate entities. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. Introducing the first ever paradox. The paradox that all other paradoxes came from. The Word was with God, and the Word was God. Those things can't technically be the same in the same sentence, but they are, because it is a paradox. He was with God in the beginning. So a lot of people have translated he to things like, Son of God, have translated he to God, but that doesn't make sense. How could God be with God? Who are we talking about here? We're talking about the Word. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He, the Word, was with God in the beginning. The Word was with God in the beginning. Through him, what's him? The Word. All things were made. Without him, who's him? The Word, sound. Through sound, all things were made. Without sound, nothing was made that has been made. In sound was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. In sound was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. This is like a scientific textbook right here. Sound existed and light came from it, right? And there's all these other studies that I don't have time to go into right now. One is Michael Tellinger that shows that sound can travel faster than light underwater in some situations. So it's like the light was an acceleration of sound. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness does not overcome it. So now we go into light and the apparitions of light. Moving on here to the word Om, right? Om is a sacred sound and a spiritual symbol in Indian religion, right? In Hindu and other actual Buddhism as well. It signifies, and Jainism, even in Sikhism, they use it. So it stems from the Vedic text. It signifies the essence of the ultimate reality, the consciousness or Atman. Just like the word that was spoken in John 1:1, Om is a primordial sound, existing at or the beginning of time. The sound, the frequency of the creation slash existence. So the word Om is a primordial sound that is said in the text. What does primordial mean? It means beginning at the beginning of time. So if you ever hear myself or anyone else say Om is the sound of the universe, that's where it comes from, is the text saying that it was an original sound, one of the first sounds. And what happened after the Big Bang Theory is, or the cosmic egg cracking, is the sound of the universe, Om. Which is also why Om relates to A, which is what relates to what people say is 432 hertz at A. And then when you're doing 432 hertz at A, people say that you're listening to the sound of the universe and the cosmos. And the reason why that is said is because Om is a primordial sound that, is at the note A, and that this sound has been here since the beginning of creation. Therefore, a lot of people draw the comparison to saying 432 hertz is also the sound of the universe. And that's just information there. I don't really have an opinion on if it is or not. Through him, all things were made. Okay, so we've done that part. All right, so that's the end of this presentation here. I do have another one, but I'm going to check in on time, see how everyone's doing. If you guys have any questions, please do go ahead and ask them right now. And Christopher's saying, so when you say sound or Om, it's meaning frequency. Yeah, so when you're saying Om, you're just emanating a frequency. That sound may have instigate and activate certain parts of your body. The jury is out, or maybe it's not, on what parts of the body really get activated. Maybe it's your pineal gland, third eye, because that's what it's said to do. And then, but it's no different than other tones, except for maybe it actually harmonizes and activates a different part of your consciousness. So when we're doing A, for example, if you guys want to leave, maybe make a comment in the chat room and let me know, when you were doing the chanting, were there certain parts of your body that you felt it in? And let me know in the chat room, if you can, where you felt it. So for example, A, where did you feel that? E, I, O, U, okay? And I would say that, and I'll comment on where I feel it and the kind of where, a lot of people say that they feel it. The word A, right? Is a very heart chakra sounding opening. And if you chant A, you'll feel a vibration in your chest. If you chant E, A-E, feel it, or a lot of buzzing up here in your crown, your pineal gland area. I is more of a full kind of body feeling. And then O is in the digestive system, in the gut. So I used to actually, at one point, I used to chant to my food, and I would chant O, 3 times. And the intention with that is I was embedding the frequency of digestion into my food so that when I eat it, it's easy to digest. Whether it works or not, it's really about intention and perspective. If you believe in it enough, it definitely has an effect. And then, of course, it's also a frequency. All frequencies affect us in some level. So it's definitely assisting us in that form. All right, so I'm going to take a look and see if our next speaker is on. Claire is on. We're going to bring you on, Claire, in about 20 minutes here. But I do want to show one other thing to everybody. Let's take a look at the YouTube here. Yeah, I have some comments. And God is Divine. Yes, that sounds great. I would love to be a part of your event. You can go ahead and email me. Here's my email right there. So please let me know. And what we're going to do now is one more presentation. And this time we're going to talk about extraterrestrials and frequency, right? So let's do this. A comment that I would get often, or at one point, I actually was told, can I create a presentation on this, or can I create an article on this? And what the article was what does meditation and vibration have to do with aliens and UFOs? And that's a pretty good question, because unless, over here, we already know they go hand in hand. But if you're not in the know or not into this reality or go to these type of events at all, how are you going to think like, oh, the UFO that just got shown on CNN about the pyramid UFO that the Pentagon just decided to tell everybody that it's actually a legit thing? What does that have to do with your consciousness and raising your vibration? Well, the reason why is it's a frequency game, right? When we're talking about UFOs, we're talking about vibration and frequency. When we talk about the spirituality of these beings, we're talking about them having technologies that can manipulate and shift vibrations and frequency. So it becomes a very spiritual topic when we talk about not the nuts and bolts reverse engineering craft that maybe the governments are doing, but when we start talking about who are these beings, where did they come from, how did they get here, and are we connected to them at all? So we're going to start at this slide. Where is ET, right? Why can't we see ET? Some people have said in the past, why did they not just land on the White House lawn? Why don't they come and help us? You know, why don't they save us from ourselves? You know, if they're out there and they're so advanced and they love us and they don't want to like destroy us or eat us or anything, why aren't they here right now saying, hey, we're here and let me help you out? Well, if they are everywhere, why can't we see them? Okay. Well, the reason why I would say is it's a frequency game, right? That within this reality, we have limitations that are third dimensional, third density limitations. However, we also have the ability to transcend them. And part of today's event is transcending that through vibration and sound. You guys are going to be very I'm very excited, and you're going to be very blessed to have Claire, who's coming up next, who's going to really be bringing it home to this awareness. Because after I share this with you, we're just going to let this sit there, and then we're going to get back into sound and frequency, you know, for the next prisoner here. But within this reality, we can transcend limitations, right? We have, I feel like every one of our chakras is a dimensional portal, and we have 7 within our bodies, an 8th one lodged above us, and within our own bodies, we're able to reach 7th dimensional awareness. And then ultimately our bodies are able to connect to all 12 dimensions within this universe that are able to help us become like 12th dimensional beings living in a third dimensional reality. And the reason why I say that is in this world, we have some limitations, such as humans can only hear between 20 kilohertz and 20 hertz and 20 kilohertz. Might seem like a wide range, but there are frequencies below that. There are frequencies above that. So we can only hear that range. We can only perceive and see the visible light. Some light we cannot see. So not only is there only certain lights, like all of this stuff has different reflections on it, right? And I'm able to see a bunch of stuff. But there are also frequencies that exist that we can use, but we cannot see, such as ultraviolet, right? Or other frequencies that we're using. Radio frequencies is a frequency, right? We can't see it, but we're definitely using it. We're even communicating to other beings, trying to communicate with them on other planets using radio frequencies. Some light we cannot see or manipulate, but definitely can be proven exists. So therein lies the illusion. We now know things exist that we can't see, things that exist that we can't see and we can use, things exist that we can't see and we cannot use because we don't know how to tap into it. We have about 400 different types of scent receptors as well. So we can detect at least 1 trillion different odors, but they are more. So all of these are, for lack of a better term, limitations in our ability to experience consciously things that are out of these frequency ranges. Mainstream research, meditation studies, and studies of plant medicine experiences show that these boundaries can be broken when we stimulate and activate other parts of our brain, possibly even our DNA. So, and a little quote that I put there at the bottom is that I made up is when we shift our frequency, we can see. I don't like to say higher frequency, lower frequency, because that higher, lower is just a construct of what we've created within our language on Earth. Whether it's a higher frequency or not, who knows? Sometimes it's just a harmonic frequency and a disharmonic frequency, if not all the time. For example, the Schumann resonance, it's a good frequency. People can use it. People do earthing with it. There's earthing mats that have the Schumann resonance, but it's not a very high frequency. It's like a single digit number, right? So using the word high vibration is a metaphor. When you use it, realize you're using it metaphorically. It's not like 1000 hertz is going to heal you better than 345 hertz. It's about the harmony, the harmonic within that frequency, right? And a good example of the fact that we can only that we perceive specific frequencies are these images here that you may have seen before. This one's the Crab Nebula, very famous. But if you were out in space right now in the same position as wherever that picture was taken, had the same ability to see that far and take a picture, guess what? You wouldn't see this. It would be much darker than what you see right here, if not completely black in some areas. The reason why is that these are color enhanced based on the frequency of the gases that is in the nebula. Our eyesight, we cannot see all those frequencies. We have a specific frequency range. But the telescope, we've created instruments that can see light that we cannot see. How amazing is that? We've created instruments that can see light that we can't see. What's next? Maybe something where we can see ET, right? So like when you're looking at this, you're looking at something completely different than what it actually looks like to the physical human eye. So our pictures of space include colors on a light spectrum that we cannot see. Also, some images include colors that are correlated to sound frequencies rather than light. Sometimes the sound frequency that is emanating from it, the vibration, they've translated to a specific color, and it's not even what we are actually seeing. So our view of the cosmos, some of these dreams that we have, I'm sure someone's dreamt about going through the Crab Nebula before, are really based on what we are being shown rather than what is really there based on our frequency. And it gets back to the whole component of why I'm expressing this right now is frequency. Why can we not see ET? Why can we not see ghosts all the time? Why do some people say that there's beings happening all around us all the time and spirit guides and all this stuff? Why can't we see them? It's frequency, it's vibration. So how can we get to a level where we can see? Shift our frequency. How do we do that? We do everything that can harmonize our vibration. Part of that is sound and vibrational events, right? Sound and vibration. Someone did mention earlier that one of the components of sound that they experienced today did not sit well with them, right? It's not always about feeling good. If you can be equanimous and as neutral as possible when experiencing sound and vibration, it's just going to help you out. Because the more we're attached to that feels good, this feels bad, the more we crave what feels good and want to move away from what feels bad, the more duality we're creating. But if you can sit, sometimes I sit with with tones that are good for me, but don't really make me feel great, and it still has an effect on me. So sometimes maybe it's just not your vibration. Maybe it doesn't match with you. Maybe you don't need it. Other times it could be bringing out things in you that you're not ready to see, right? And that vibration is bringing out some sort of chaotic energy that needs to be expressed. And then it's up to you whether you're going to go down with it or not, okay? Now, just to move a little forward here and talk about advanced technology, pretty soon, and I recommend, again, going to PortalToAscension.org, going to quantum physics presentation by myself and look at the advanced technology coming out with sound and vibration and see there. Because right now, because we're realizing that we can be intentional with music, intentional with sound, intentional with frequencies, we're getting to a point where soon we'll have enough information out there to not be unconscious about it anymore. And if you choose to do it, so be it. But we can get to a point where we don't have to be unconscious about it. We can create harmony in all types of frequencies. Right now, look, you just see me in this white wall. But guess what? There's probably at least a couple of thousand frequencies going through me right now. And I bet you most of them are disharmonic because the person who created that frequency did not think of harmony in mind, but just wanted to convey data within that frequency, right? So now we're going back to this age of remembrance. And as we remember, we will become more intentional with sound and vibration. So that's it on that presentation. I do want to show you the new website before we get into our next practitioner that is coming up pretty soon. Let's take a look at your comments here. Is there any sort of conjecture concerning whom they choose to show themselves to and why? Okay, we're talking about extraterrestrials. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of speculation on it, right? I can tell you because I'm not channeling directly with them. But part of it could be that you had a soul contract to have this visitation. Another one could be is many times people who visit and get connected with or get a contact experience or an abduction experience actually are interacting with other versions of themselves, an ET version of themselves. So it could be soul contract, it could be family bloodlines, it could be that it's just yourself checking in on yourself. It could be that you meditated and focused your energy and intent on connecting with these beings that you did it. So there's many different ways in order to have that connection when we're talking about celestial beings. Okay, and Christopher says mirrors are creepy. All right, so here we go. I'm going to show you the new site, and I got a feeling that a lot of you here have been a part of Portal to Ascension. Actually, put the number 1 in the room if it's your first time attending a Portal to Ascension event. Let's kind of see how many people have not attended one before. But if you have been following Portal to Ascension, and if you've been following us closely, you'll know that I've been going through a lot of issues trying to launch our new website that is almost done, everybody. This is a new website that is not fully launched yet. My launch date was March of 2020. Where are we now? April 2021. How late am I? 13 months. So, and it wasn't like I was continuing. It was like 13 months ago, I should have launched, but everything went south. And it was part of the learning experience. I've grown a lot. I got stressed out a lot. So a lot of stuff happened over this, but I'm like so ecstatic and happy to finally almost release this to you guys. A new website in which we're going to have around 2,000 hours additional footage than we currently have available for free. I'm working with documentarians. I'm working with different platforms. And then, of course, our hundreds of events that we're doing and the thousands of hours that we have in the past that are all going to be here. I'm going to show you the Watch Now page in just a second. But I'm going to check the chat to make sure you guys are seeing this okay before I continue forward here. Christopher, you said, where's a good place to start with the information? Do you mean mine in particular, or are you talking about just the website? Because go ahead and clarify that and I'll tell you. So check it out. This is how it looks, everybody. So we have, people can sign up there. Most of you are probably all signed up already. And then you get your login. You can go to the Watch Now page immediately. Upcoming events will be featured here. There will be the presenters. 4 presenters will be featured there. But if there's more, I'll tell you right here. If it's an individual sound event, it'll be 1 presenter image here. I'm just going to go through it, show it to you. Sorry if I'm going fast, but I'm excited, and I also want to move on to the next thing. There's a calendar here, upcoming events, and of course our articles. And this is how our online events page is going to look. Still got some things to be done here, but check it out. We now have everything not only listed right over here where there's 3 pages of events already listed here, quite a few events, multi-day events, workshops, conferences, but also by section, True World History upcoming events. And then you can go even deeper into it. Oh, True World History, Ancient Technology. Oh, True World History, Asian History. Oh, True World History, Galactic History. True World History, History of the Americas. UFOs and ETs. Let's go deeper. Conspiracies, experiences, UFO and advanced tech, UFO channeling, UFO disclosure, extraterrestrials. I will let you know now. UFO disclosure and UFO extraterrestrial are 2 different things. When we talk about UFO disclosure, we're talking about the disclosure. A lot of that stuff has to do with world government, secrecy, and all that. When we talk about the extraterrestrials, we're talking about the beings, the races, the galactic history, who they are, and why they are here, and what our connection to them is. And then evolution of consciousness. Check all of these subcategories: ascension, channeling, conscious music, and then sound and vibration, which is where this conference is right here. Boom. This is where we are right now. Conscious science, that breaks down to, and then also health and wellness. And that's just the upcoming events. If you would go to the archive, you'll have the same setup, but you'll have it for hundreds of events that we've done, all of the events we've done. You want to get deeper into sound? For example, sound therapy and therapeutic voice. There's so much content on our website. Honestly, it took so long to do because of how much content we have, but I'm finally there. I'm in the final stretch. I feel like when this site happens, I'm going to transcend to another dimension. It's going to be game over. Because I've been working on this for so long. I cried so hardcore. I was in depression for 2 weeks because of all the issues I was having with this. And now I'm checking all my issues to the side and all the stresses I had to the side, and I'm just sending pure energy and pure love to this website that went through a lot of hardship and a lot of challenges to become what it is now. So I'm let's just send it all energy. And if you would like to do that with me right now too, send energy and blessings to this new creation where there is become a one-stop shop for consciousness. And just to show you some individual events that we have coming up that are on the site: Quantum Timeline Jumping Conference, Sunday, May 9th. the Pyramid Knowledge Conference. Epic pyramid knowledge event. I have been to pyramid knowledge events. I have researched pyramid knowledge events. The full spectrum awareness on this pyramid knowledge event is unprecedented. It's going to be so amazing. So that's an event. Unveiling Galactic Heritage and Unlimited Human Potential. 3 days online, co-producing it with Laura and Eisenhower and Augie Nost. Oh yeah, and then we got this one, guys. The 4th annual Portal to Ascension Conference 2021. And actually, all of you right now are hearing this for the first time because I haven't had the website up yet, so I haven't been able to announce it officially. So I'm officially announcing it now. Check it out. This is a free event, May 20th to 23rd, 4 days. It's going to be around 10 hours a day. UFO disclosure panel, ascension panel, ancient history and archaeological discovery panel, and check out the 60 presenters that we have. Claire, who's going to be going next, and Ben Carroll, also who went earlier today, are going to be there as well. Billy Carson's going to be there, part of the Ascension panel, and it's a free event. We're going to be doing this event 2 times a year from now on, May and October. May and October. May of this year, online. October of this year, online. May of next year, online. October of next year, in person. We're going back to in person. October 2022. 2022, it will be a 3rd live in-person version of this event, but it will be like our 7th one since we're doing a few online too. So, please do join it. It will be launched within a couple of days. You can go to the website and check it out. And then lastly, before we have about 5 minutes, so we're going to have Claire join us in a few. This is how the Watch Now page is going to be, right? So you can see there's a featured event right there. There's a continue watching section, right? You can even go this way, continue watching my events, my list, recommended for you. Continue watching where you left off. There's a my list section where you can add things to your list. There's a recently added section, true world history, all the different categories. And you can click on one of them and see a bunch of stuff within that. And again, it's not fully done yet, so I'm kind of giving you a sneak preview before it's completely finished. But you can see here a lot of little different documentaries, and the site's just going to grow. So please do go ahead and check it out. And I really ask every single one of you that if you could, once it's up, whoever feels compelled to, please provide feedback. Because the reason why our site is what it is now is because of people like you that have given us feedback in what we can create so we can make it bigger and better. And the reason why I've actually been doing a lot of sound healing events this year is because I am actually trying to create events for the sound healing area on here. So just like you see this right here, there's going to be another page under sound healing that's just going to be videos of sound healing right here. And you can come back, you can add to your list, watch it later. And guess what? 3,000 hours are free. 3,000 hours of you don't sign up for an upcoming event, go to it. It goes to your archives, but there's going to be so much information and content. All the sound healing and meditations will be free. So it's a streaming service, but it's also got a lot of stuff that's being added every single month. And I'm going to leave it at that. Last thing is, if you want to attend a sound course, I'm going to go ahead and put that in the chat room one more time right now. But great to see some of you here at this event. And honestly, this sound course is going to be the best course that we've ever created, because getting feedback from every one of you guys is how we make the events better. And because I've been getting so much more feedback, I really feel that we're getting a good understanding of what people want and what people really are resonating with at this moment, pun intended, the frequency of resonation. So hope to see some of you there. Sound course is going to start on April 27th. Okay. All right. So now, guys, back to the presenters for today. We're going to bring on Claire Head in a bit. And Claire, I'm sorry. I think you told me how to say your last name before, but I think I might be getting it wrong. It might be Heeden or Hedden. So when you come on, you can let us know. But I'm gonna do a little meditation. A little poem here, a meditative poem, and then we're gonna bring Claire on immediately after that. And Claire, I'm gonna give you sound in just a second here, okay? So this one's called The Fifth World. Meditate and levitate. Waves of frequencies resonate higher. I'm connected to the provider, source of cosmic energy. We're going to be one single entity, expansion remedied, oneness must breathe, exhale and let free, consciousness to be, experiences of you and me. Souls of interdimensional beings to feel, hear, and see this third dimensional planetary existence. All time can be found in one instance, in this realm of linearity, atoms in anarchy, quantum polarity, the epitome of creation, facing our egos, acquiring patience, waiting to let go of our nations and join the federation of souls that will take us to the fifth world. I love you all. We're all going to be doing this and creating this new world together, you know? So just coming together as one and being part of this vibration together is extremely important for us to continue to do as we move forward. So let's go ahead and bring Claire on. Are you with us, Claire?
I am. I'm looking
Hey.
up because my laptop screen is a bit messed up. So I've got a bigger screen behind and I'm looking up there so I can actually see you properly.
Oh, nice. Oh, your screen looks perfectly fine.
Good. Oh my gosh. Neil, I am so thrilled to be coming on right after you. I have to celebrate you 100,000,000%.
Thank you.
You have so much energy, so much passion, and who you are. It was so nice to witness you, like just see you kind of in your thing, hear what the incredible amount of territory that you've covered, and I know you've done it because you just love the cosmos.
Yeah, exactly. It's the most, I have to check myself every now and then when I get stressed out to realize that how blessed I am to be doing what I do, you know, and be able to share what I'm passionate about.
It's wonderful. And that site, I've just been working on my site, and yours makes mine look like a 3-wheeler tricycle.
I love your website, actually.
Well, actually, but I'll show you a little bit later. I'll show you because I've had someone working on the homepage, and it looks like really spectacular now. If you liked it before, I haven't done the switch over yet. We're doing a few final tweaks, but I can still show you that homepage.
Yeah. Share it with me. Share it with me later through email. I'd love to see it.
Okay.
All right, Claire, it's all yours.
Okay. So I'm going to put my headphones on so I don't get feedback. Hang on. Which way? This way. Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. I'm gonna assume that's a yes.
Yes.
All right. Hi everybody. Thank you for being. Actually, let's start there. Thank you for being. I can feel your energy. It is profoundly beautiful. It's just spectacular. So thank you for that too. And we're going to travel a little bit. I don't know where you're going to go. I actually don't know where I'm going to go. But in the traveling, notice what you notice. Enjoy the view. Enjoy the experience. And like Neil said, if you hear something that a part of your mind thinks it wants to turn away from, turn toward it. You don't have to go nearer, but just turn toward it and see what it might have for you specifically. Namaste. And Just breathe. Just breathe.
Beautiful, Claire. Thank you.
You're so welcome. I actually don't know how long, if I was like short, long.
Oh, you have time. You still have time left.
Ah!
Did you want to keep going? Or do you want to maybe say
Well,
something and share
I
some more
would,
stuff?
yeah, I'd like to
Mhm.
see if anyone has any questions of any nature. Let's see
Mhm.
that.
I really liked because obviously I only got to experience the sound healing at the last conference, and so I didn't have anything else to really like. That was what I was comparing this one to. But it was so unique and different from the other one. So the range of expression that you have, like I don't like to label things, but like last time I said elemental because I had this elemental feeling, right?
Yeah.
And then this time I had this ancient Eastern wisdom kind of energy from it. And of course, it's got to do with the way you're singing and your instruments. But I love the fact that you have such a wide range of style.
Thank you. Well,
Mhm.
it's the influence of the environment. So
Mhm.
all that you were talking about kind of came into my field, and I
Mhm.
could feel the kind of the vastness of the cosmos.
That's beautiful. So we have a couple comments here. Let me read them out. Okay. Oh my goodness, that was so incredibly beautiful. Thank you, truly.
Uh, Christopher felt nature.
Hmm.
Oh, the loved one that passed on. I wonder if that was like nearer the end because I was listening for something.
Hmm. So what do you do full time? Are you creating music? Are you doing sound experience with people one on one? What is it that you actually do?
I do a few different things, of course.
Hmm.
So I'm on Insight Timer. I help people develop their voice. I have a workshop that I'm co-facilitating with a colleague. She's an elder to me,
Hmm.
but that's in embodied activism. So voice your truth, and so that feels like the space I'm in is to really support people just being bold, beautiful, claiming their space. I consider this a sovereign space for
Hmm.
each of us, and it's important to me that people have support in either reclaiming that space or just sharing that space that they are. So I have taught as a visiting. I'm an artist, a multidisciplinary artist, and a healer with a background in consciousness studies. So when I was like from 2000 to 2004, I did a master's degree in consciousness studies. And at a certain point, I'm like, can we just do consciousness? Do we have to keep talking about it? And I was a singer songwriter, and over this kind of trajectory of time, it's just I want to get beyond the stories because the stories are really helpful for as long as they're helpful. So I was doing all this personal exploration through songs with words and stories. And it's like, but I want to go behind the stories. I want to go into numinous space. That's my hangout place, is numinous space.
That's so beautiful. We have some more comments here. Someone said they felt self-forgiveness
Oh,
and then another connecting with nature. And that's interesting to note, of course, is that everybody's going to experience sound completely differently and go a different
yeah,
route. Even if
yeah,
you're playing, say you're playing a crown chakra bowl, right? And you're playing it over and over. And the whole purpose is to open the crown chakra. It's a frequency that's permeating through your entire body, your entire being. It can affect you in multiple levels, not just help with that area specifically if you want it to, but it depends. And then also if you're like doing a third eye bowl, for example, the inner sight that you might need for yourself is completely different than what somebody else would need. So it's so beautiful that just the same frequency can affect us in countless ways.
exactly right. And someone asked about being in touch or following me, if you look at my name under my window, Claire Hedin, and you can just go to clairehedin.com, and you can communicate with me through that. You can subscribe through that. I'm slightly irregular around sending emails. Not emails, newsletters. Yes, that might be a good thing for some of you, that you're not going to get blasted with lots of them. But there's sort of this ongoing ambition to do more. Do you want to sing? It's actually not a mini harmonium, although they are related. It's a shruti, Shruti, shruti. So they're, as story has it, the English, when they did their extended stay in India, they took over this instrument, but it was much bigger and it had legs. And over time, it evolved into what it is now. And somehow, and I'm not sure how, the Chinese had some contribution to its evolution. And I think typically in Indian music, it's used for tuning. It's not considered like the highlight. And I think it might be, I'm curious about that, because for me, it's like I play the piano. You can see my piano here. But to be able to just play a drone so that you don't have to worry about technical issues and you can just travel. To me, that's the priority, is to be able to travel. And I have to do a lot more rehearsing to be able to do that on the piano. Otherwise, I get stuck in my mind worrying I'm going to play the wrong note or something like that.
My sister, she went to, she did like Kathak dancing. Are you familiar with Kathak? It's a type of dance in South India. It's like da 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 da.
Oh,
it's like it's called Kathak, right? And they use the sound of the harmonium, but they have a device that just plays it on repeat, right? And it's what you just said. Basically, it's a sound. It's beautiful, but to them, it's like almost like their drums.
Yeah.
Keeping everything in rhythm.
Yeah. And I think it might also relate to them tuning to each other, although you can only tune so far because you can't really tune a shruti.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But the other thing I do is I teach people how to appreciate, identify, and work with their own energy field. And I think that's a really substantial thing to be aware of, is our own energy field, and the way it's our interface with the cosmos. So it's how the universe talks to us. Through our psychology, through our physiology, through our heart. So there's this ongoing conversation with the universe. And so when I sing, someone's been asking me recently, how do you just suddenly go right there? And it's a really impossible question to answer. But I think I might be thinking of an answer right now. I'm so in love with this planet. I'm so in love with this cosmos. I have so much respect and so much gratitude that I'm here at all. And I think because that's an ongoing prayer and meditation, when I open my mouth to sing, it's like right there already. So I suspect that might have something to do with it.
Yeah, definitely. So we have a question from Manifested Thought in YouTube asking, when and how did you get into this style of song?
Showers, bathrooms, hallways.
Yep.
So I was performing as a singer-songwriter, and I can't remember. I think it was Ben Russell that mentioned that he was horrified at the idea that he'd ever share his sound healing explorations. And for me, I was horrified at the idea that I'd ever share my songs, which was my sort of first point of entry into being a performing musician. But I think I just really liked that meditative place I could get to if I was repeating a pattern on the guitar, and there's something very inviting about it. And I just started to experiment and explore, and I think that's if anyone was asking for advice, which they're not necessarily, but I'll give some anyway, is to just explore and treat everything new as an experiment. Because it kind of takes you out of this realm of, am I getting it right? Am I getting it wrong? If you just become Alice in Wonderland and you go down that rabbit hole and you explore, I mean, if you think about other things you do, you don't question if you're doing it the right way. If you're doing research, or if you're falling in love with someone, or doing anything, there's a way we have where we just assume that we're doing it well enough or okay. until something tells us otherwise. So I'm thinking that to treat music as your friend and to treat your spirituality as your companion, and just be in dialogue, with it. Don't be intimidated by it. I mean, we use this sort of large scale terminology, don't we, like cosmos and universe, and it is pretty large, but the fact is that's all in here too. So it's just a mirror. There's the inner cosmos, the inner universe, multiverse, and then there's the outer, and they're reflections of each other. And our awareness of that, I think, helps us attune.
Yeah. And the more we harmonize ourselves, the more the reflection is harmonized too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, typically I know when I'm kind of messing up a bit, like maybe I've got stuck on an idea, because things will start to just frustrate or go wrong. Just little things, can just go wrong in a day, nothing major. And if that flow isn't happening, then I know there's something for me to spend a little bit of time with, just asking, paying attention. And then it smooths out a bit. So there's an I, a me in each of us that just wants some empathy, some attention, some noticing. That's all.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much, Claire. I feel like maybe we should have a talk on my podcast, just you and I. Because I have everything that you said. There's 10 questions to follow. So we'll have a chat later.
I love that, Neil. And
thank you, Claire. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. I know
I
prodded you, but it's so nice to be here.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. We'll be in touch soon.
All right. Bye-bye, everyone.
Okay, take care.
I'm glad you got Claire back, Neil. She
was good, huh?
She's really unique, I think, and really, you could see that's her
unique and
world.
Sincere.
Yes,
exactly.
But it's like she is so into it. She's so much in that vibration. Sort of like our next guest, Stephen Halpern. Stephen Halpern, in a way, sort of originated what they called back in the 80s New Age music. Now, of course, the New Age became Old Age really quick. And there's my best New Age friend. You're looking like Ted Cruz, I think, or somebody. Okay.
Not me.
No, not you. Mr. Phil Gruber, ladies and gentlemen, from all the way from the other side of the world. So what are we doing today, Phil? What's happening? I'm glad you have a shirt on. Okay. Like you're muted. You're muted. So I didn't get that comeback. Me and Phil have a running. Phil was my roommate for.
If you don't stop this, I'm going to take my futon back.
No, it was my futon, Phil.
My futon.
No, you took it when you got married to that woman. You took it out of my apartment. You left me without a living room there.
No, but then I brought it back.
You brought it back?
We brought it back where it belongs.
Well, I'm still up 6 flights of stairs if you want to come home.
No, my knees can't take it anymore.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Can your niece take it? But okay. So what are we doing here today?
We're having a conversation, and I wanted to bring two old friends together. Well, obviously there's three old friends here, but definitely Phil and Stephen know of each other. So I felt that it would be cool just for us to hang out and talk a bit, and then maybe in the end Phil could close out. Do you have your harp with you by any chance, Phil?
Yes, I do.
All right.
It doesn't go anywhere without the harp.
It's like a parasitic twin. I carry it with me all the time.
But the mustache is actually working for you, Phil. It really is. It gives
my improv team is having a Wild West theme show in a couple of weeks here in Singapore. The good, the bad, and the Singaporean. That's the truth.
The good, the bad, and the Singaporean?
Yes,
which one are you?
I'm the good.
Okay, you are the good. The good. And Steve Halpern, all the way from Northern California, right, Steve?
Stephen, yes.
Stephen.
There's a heavy metal guy who goes by Steve, so that's why I just need the end.
Differentiate.
Very different.
And what do you want to go into? Well, you and Phil, I'm doing just step out, but you and Phil, I just wanted to introduce people to our dynamics, Phil. And I'm actually seeing the Her Talks soon, Stephen.
Right. I see May 2nd on that event.
May 2nd, they're hosting the book event, Making Contact in Sedona. I just want to say, if anyone is in the Sedona area, I'll show that one more time. You are, let me see, you are invited to this full day, 2 to 6, May 2nd, at the Unity Church in Sedona. Peter Sterling, who was a guest here, is going to be a Bridget Nielsen, Star Seed, Transmission, Harmonic Convergence, Mark Sim, JJ, and Desiree. You have anyone who knows anything about vibration probably is tuned into the Keys of Enoch. And Travis Walton, probably the most well-known contactee in history. And this is the book, Making Contact, and that's me. And it's going to be a great event for the community of Sedona. And also, I'm doing something with Neil, a kind of panel discussion on April 29th. But I don't want to take up, I'll put something in the chat about this. This is really your time, you guys. You're the final stop here, right?
Yes.
Last call.
So I wanted to bring Stephen on because we've actually brought Stephen on every sound event we've done for the last 6 months, right? Which has been awesome. And Stephen's also an individual that just jumps on it every time, says yes, and really appreciate that. And as you said, he's like really been a pioneer in this awareness, right? So I wanted, Stephen, maybe you could start us off and just, you know, kind of freestyle with it, whatever you feel like sharing, but specifically about, you know, vibration and frequency and its importance and whatever tools that you may have within that. And then Phil, you know, we can just, we can kind of riff off whatever Stephen starts out with.
Okay. All right. Well, great. Well, hello, everybody, and namaste. I'd like to just begin with just a little bit of historical background. Before I tuned into my own channeling and tuned into my own muse, I had been studying ethnomusicology and cross-cultural manifestations of healing and higher consciousness with music, and was able to set up an independent study program in undergraduate, and then which also got me turned on to the work of Edgar Cayce and Hazrat Inayat Khan, two great authorities that everybody involved in the field should know about, particularly Hazrat Inayat Khan, the mysticism of music, etc. And was, at the time, I had dropped out of thinking I was going to be a sociology professor, which followed after I was dropping out thinking I was going to be a dentist when I got to college, and had dropped out of anything dealing with science. But when I was recording a jazz rock album with my 8-piece jazz rock band in New York in 1969, we had one of those terrible producers in the studio when we came down from Buffalo that blew the band apart the end of the session. And I had 2 weeks where I didn't have to go back to Buffalo. And I was able to hop a plane, come out to California, check out the jazz scene, because I was a trumpet player and a guitar player, learned all the rules and could play fast and high and do all the heavy technical stuff. And some people who picked me up when I was hitchhiking from San Francisco to Santa Cruz told me where I really wanted to go was to this place up in the mountains outside of Santa Cruz. Bottom line is, I showed up at the side of the road by 40 mailboxes, just as a staff member was coming out from a place that was like Esalen Institute, mistook me for a job applicant and asked me if I wanted the job. I said, sure, you know, you're offering, I'll take it. He says, come back in a couple of hours, meet the staff, and you could walk down the road. There's a place, there's a redwood, a sacred redwood grove. So not knowing what lay in store, I walked down the half mile to the road, could feel my fingers buzzing, get into the clearing, which was a meditation area, had been used by the Native Americans and many New Age groups, and suddenly was thrust into a deep meditation where I started hearing the music that I've been playing ever since. And I heard it on a piano, on a keyboard sound. It was a celestial sounding keyboard that sounded like tuning forks, but played by a keyboard. And what I heard one of the very few times that I heard in my mind's ear was, this is the music that you've been seeking to know about. This is the modern echoes of what Casey was talking about in the ancient healing temples of Egypt, in the healing temples of China. Your job, your mission, and it was interesting hearing Peter talk about this, when he got his initiation 25 years later. Your mission is to take this out into the world, share it with others, help them make their soul connection back from their own in essence through music. And that was confirmed for me 3 years later, after I met Dr. Hertak. I was a member of his first meditation group in Northern California. And one of the leaders of that group, Della Heidi, was a psychic. And part of what she did was to connect people with their guides and their angels and their spirit guides and their masters. And I got told the same thing. So I started having a major life shift. Going, okay, if several people are telling you the same thing and they don't know anything about you, and this is something I've always been interested in, but there is no place to do research on this, what do? Well, I started sharing the music with people, and one of the people that I shared it with was Dr. John Lilly, who's famous for his work with the dolphins and consciousness, and another one was Dr. Stanley Krippner. And both of them said, if you want to really know if your music is really healing, you need to do research. You need to do biofeedback research, brainwave research. And I was starting to get involved with that. And one of my other mentors, Dr. Irving Oil, said, there's something even better now. The first apparatus that can photograph the aura, the human biofield. So suddenly, just through a matter of cosmic coincidence and synchronicity, I have a chance to do research, the first research ever on music with biofield cameras, Kirlian photography devices. And in that research, we found out how powerfully healing the music that I ultimately released on first Spectrum Suite and then Chakra Suite, which just to listen to it automatically resonates in sequence your vibratory centers, your chakras. And in 1975, when I released my first album, stores would say, chocolate, what flavor? And other stores would say, this is too far out. Give us a name. We don't want chakras. Since I was dealing in the world of science, I was dealing with the electromagnetic spectrum. I said, okay, we're coordinating colors and chakras and sound. We'll call it the Spectrum Suite. And that's how I came out into the world. And things kind of took off from there when no one else was playing music like this, recording it, or certainly marketing it, which was the other part of the mission, which I resisted. And Neil, what you're doing with your website, like Claire was saying, I have a small website and I just know how much work has gone into yours. But I also had a meditation. As I was a starving artist in 1976, I heard the voice again, one of the very few times, learn business, learn to love business, or starve. Given that alternative and that choice, I say, well, I guess I'm going to learn business, because I was a musician and it was like the 60s and the 70s. Don't talk to me about business. I'm an artist. And then it turned out that you need to have both your left brain and your right brain. And that's been part of my work ever since.
What was the job that you were waiting for when the whole thing happened? Did you ever get that job?
Well, I did. What happened was I come back and there's several back roads, and the retreat center, which was like Esalen, the Human Potential Center, but it was a sister organization, smaller than Esalen, not on the coast, but in the forest outside of Santa Cruz. And it was a staff position. They said, we need somebody who could cook and clean, and on your time off, you could play the piano. Because what happened is I walked back for the meeting to meet the staff to audition, and I went into the wrong building because it was on the side of a hill, wrong in quotes, and there was a piano there. Didn't see any people. So I sat down, went into trance, and started playing. And about 10 minutes later, I hear some noise and rustling. I look around, and the staff is all doing yoga, sitting in meditation, and suddenly somebody coughs, and says, who is this guy? And the guy that I met says, oh, he's the guy that's applying for the job. And someone else says, hire him. But they said, we don't need somebody just to play music. Can you cook? Can you clean? Well, cleaning, I'm the worst. But when you get offered a job, you say, sure. Have you ever cooked for 30 people? No, of course not. But you get asked, and that's the job? Sure. And I knew how to cook a couple meals from my macrobiotic training, made that for the 30 people that came in that night for the weekend, got the job, and I was there for a couple months, met so many of the leaders of the human potential movement, and got to interact with many of those leaders that then really put me in a place to be a bridge between the metaphysical world, the spiritual world, the music world, and the science world. And a couple of years later, I wound up being the music director of the first Science and Consciousness and Medicine Conference. And that started everything, because I started getting invitations to come to this conference, to that conference. And then when the New Age Expos, the Whole Life Expo, the New Life Expo, the New Living Expo started coming, I was always invited because no one else was talking about music. Some people would play some music, but I was the only one that was talking and playing and bringing in the science, so that when I would talk to the radio or TV stations or the print media, I could give them something that they could relate to, rather than, oh, I heard this music in meditation. And they would say, thank you very much. Come back when you have something real to tell us. So that was the 70s, and that's what I've been doing ever since. I want to say one other thing about dissonance in music, and Neil, you mentioned that. Sometimes that's useful to break up ossified thought forms in the body, and sometimes it just puts you on a bummer. And there's no way for someone outside of you to know what's going to work for you other than you. So you need to pay attention to what works. And if it doesn't work, as I would do even with my parents back in high school in the car, if some music came on that I hated, I would make them change the channel. I've done that at friends' homes, and I've been told to leave because the music was so painful to me. I knew what it was doing to my aura. And it said, if friends want to, destroy your aura and really put you into stress, then do you really want friends like that? And usually they'd say, sure, we'll change the channel. Do you have any recommendations? I say, sure. Well, I always carry one of my CDs with me. And, we all got along with that way. I've done the same thing in restaurants over the years. So I've continued doing research, and mostly my process, when I go in the studio, I tune in, I align, attune, and listen. And that was one of the things I learned in Dr. Hertak's meditation group. But my assistants, I don't see the beings, but I can feel them. And my fingers, in fact, very often, right in that first couple of months, I was in a used record store, and I walked by the classical section where I had never ventured, because all my albums were jazz and jazz rock and rock. My hand shot up into a box of 100 albums, picked out one that was by Rosemary Brown, The Musical Seance, which was produced by the BBC, and she was channeling from some of the great master composers like Liszt and Chopin and Beethoven. And they describe, and she describes how they would move her fingers. And I'm going, that's what happens to me. This is part of my own development, learning how I'm being worked with. And then over the years, I'd go into the studio, I'd get into a quiet space, I would pay the engineer for an extra half hour or an hour of time, send them away and meditate, get into my state. When we start the session, I would go right into the zone and start playing, and didn't make a lot of mistakes. Over the years, and before I turn it back over to Phil, what I started doing just about 10 years ago, I had been one of the pioneers of working with brainwave entrainment tones. And on some of my early albums, I included that on my demonstration when I was on 48 Hours with the TV show back when it was good in the 90s. I demonstrated how I could take the same piece of music and make somebody relaxed, make somebody deeply meditative, or put them to sleep. they were so impressed, and we're going to show this to mainstream America. And that never made it to another producer came in, the editor chopped that out. So that never got out there. But when we did that, it was a matter of adding the entrainment tones after the music was done. What I started doing, finally thought of this, I don't know why it took me so long, but I started playing the entrainment tones masked in a background, a bed of music, so that as soon as I start recording, I'm listening with headphones, I am in a deep alpha state. Or when I'm working with theta, I am in a theta state. And by dialing in the certain frequencies, one of my questions was, what difference does it feel like if I'm meditating at 8 cycles a second, or at 7 or 6 or 5 or 4? Can you feel the difference? And the answer was, I certainly could. And when music started flowing into my head at a certain frequency, I said, that's what I'm going to stick at. I'm going to just hang out in that frequency. And the whole album just unfolded from there, because I was tapped in to what I've described before. Deepak Chopra and Wayne Dyer were talking about the gap between thoughts and the space between notes, in the silence, where I compose as I get into the silence. I don't know what I'm going to play 10 seconds from now. I can't even remember what I played 10 seconds earlier. I'm totally in the moment. Before we had the word mindful, this was what we were going for. And this is where I come from. And that mindful state and that intention that I set as I go into the studio and get ready to record is recorded onto now it's the computer, now onto the hard drive. It used to be recorded onto the reel tapes. You can record consciousness. And I've been involved in research where we would just take the ocean and record consciousness, record feelings of anger, feelings of stress, feelings of love. And we did this, in fact, in my early graduate studies. And people said, well, I like that ocean, but that ocean, that feels terrible. Get that off. It's exactly the same ocean. There was no music, but just intention. So long before the field of physics and quantum physics made this more relevant to the general public, I was experiencing the power of intention that always then became part of what I would include and record as part of my total package. Even though some people wouldn't necessarily recognize it as such, they would have the experience. And ultimately, that's what I've been involved in, is creating an experience where people, whether they are experienced meditators or newbies, can go into the state. And the album that I actually got a Grammy nomination for in 2012, Deep Alpha, clearly got that nomination because people had an experience who are not New Age musicians, because most of the Grammys are not New Age musicians. They don't know what meditation is, many of them. There's a number of them who do, now more and more, but a lot who don't. But that was a big breakthrough. And about a year and a half ago, out of nowhere, it got back onto the Billboard charts and has been charting now for 54 weeks, which for a meditative brainwave entrainment album is historic. It's never happened before. So something is happening out in the world. It's getting a lot of playlists on Spotify and Amazon and Apple Music now. So it's really interesting to see how things are expanding. And I know we got to get to Phil in a second. So on my website, I have a link where you could, where I go also further into the theoretical basis of building on the work of Rupert Sheldrake, how there's a morphic resonance through sound that is healing of the planet, which also goes back to some of the very first things that psychics told me that I didn't believe. There was no way to even conceive of how could people all over the world be hearing a piece of my music at the same time. 45 years later, there's Spotify, there's Pandora, there's all these other things that were not even dreamed about. And when hundreds of thousands of people hear the same piece of music at the same time, all our brains shift into the same high coherence, balanced brainwave state, and that empowers it even more for all of us. One of my mentors was Itzhak Bentov, so we understand how this creates a standing wave of healing sound, and that's been part of my work to put that out in the world. I've written a couple books, one of which is called Sound Health, put out by Harp and Row. It's been picked apart by many other people. You can find many of my chapters in other people's chapters, uncredited, but it's getting the information out there. And I think I'll wait a moment and wait for someone else to ask a question or turn it back over to Phil. So, by the way, to find out more, my website is StephenHalpernmusic.com. That's STEVEN HALPERN music. YouTube.com, Stephen Halpern Music. And that's where you can find a lot of my papers and certainly long samples of all the music to find out what works for you and to take it deeper from there.
Beautiful. Phil, I know you have something to say.
Well, how do I follow that up? Well, I know Alan Steinfeld personally. And I won a spelling bee in the 6th grade. I mean, geez, Stephen, it's great to see you again. I think the last time was at a Whole Life Expo.
Yes, briefly.
2006. Did a little healing on your arm, if I remember. How is that? How is your arm these days?
Arm is doing better. Thank you.
Good.
Good.
I may need a testimonial one of these days. I totally resonate with God, I hate that. It sounds so corny. I totally resonate with what Stephen says, but it was after my car. I grew up next door to a yeshiva.
Yes.
A rabbinical where they train rabbis, and these were not just normal garden variety Orthodox Jewish rabbinical students. These were Kabbalistic magicians.
Oh, wow.
From my basement, I used to watch, well, they used to bring me in once in a while. Probably took advantage of poor little Phil, but who knows? But I got to see some wild stuff. And but it wasn't until my car accident when I was 6 years old that I started, the thing that you said in the beginning, you heard the music. You heard the music. The yeshiva was in Newark, New Jersey, Miss Krauthammer. It wasn't until when I was 6 years old, I, just like you, heard the music. I'll never forget, there was one of these old movies about a band leader. I don't know who it was, in the big band era, Glenn Miller or somebody. What a great movie. But all his life, he heard the music in his head. He heard that music that wanted to be expressed. But he never heard it yet until one day he was rehearsing with his band and the trumpet player cut his lip and he had the sax section play the trumpet part. And that was it. That was the music he'd been hearing in his head his whole life. I can't remember. It's one of those film biographies of one of the great band.
It's not Mr. Holland's opus.
Huh?
It's not Mr. Holland's opus.
No, not Mr. Holland. This was a movie from like the
40s.
From the 40s or the 50s, one of the great band leaders. But he heard that music in his head, but he never heard it, out in the world until that trumpet player cut his lip and he said, why don't the saxes take it? I think it was do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Who was that?
Glenn Miller.
I guess it was the Glenn Miller. Steve Allen, I think it was the Glenn Miller story. Well,
I think so.
Old, I started hearing the music that ended up being the harp, the auto harp. And I finally found it in New York City, right down the street from Alan Steinfeld, who I know personally, at the Caravan of Dreams restaurant.
Yes.
Right? Where I first met Laraji.
Yep.
And Laraji was playing the open-tuned, pentatonic scaled auto harp. And this was the music I've been hearing my whole life. And Laraji became my mentor. Laraji bought me my first harp. And I was just so grateful. Oh, I know what I want to start with. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother, everybody get together. Try to love one another right now. Let me put that down. Sorry. No, I'm not sorry. But I had just this sense of gratitude. And I came to know later on in studying the original law of attraction teachings. Well, as we know, there's nothing new under the sun. What you find in The Secret, you could find in the teachings of Lao Tzu, Confucius, all the Buddhists, Christ, Marcus Aurelius. These teachings are just eternal. And I wonder why more people aren't familiar with Wallace Wattles, people like Wallace Wattles, William Walker Atkinson, who wrote, I think the first edition was in 1906, Thought Vibration or the Law of Attraction in the Thought World. Well, I don't know if you can see it now. I have a bookcase with a very big collection of the original Law of Attraction books, first edition, many that go back 150 years. And Wallace Wattles was not the only one that talked about gratitude. That it's not just saying being thankful. Gratitude is a magnetic force which unites your brain and your solar plexus.
Good point.
Bring
Yes.
them together in your heart space. And that's where that warmth is felt. That's where that gratitude is felt. Such an important understanding, the real meaning of gratitude, to bring those two together in the Master Key, Charles Haanel. Came out in book form in 1919. In lesson 1, he talks about the great secret of life is the coordination of two centers. And he's talking about the brain and the solar plexus coming together through the act of gratitude, to choose to express gratitude, to choose to express forgiveness. We take these things, they exist in the unformed substance, in the void, and we have that great gift of thoughts. The great gift that we can bring things out from the void, out from the blackness, what I believe the black Nidanas represent, that prima materia, right? The first stage of matter. And we bring it out into a manifest state. And we've given, with every thought, we've given life to something. And having given life to that aspect of God or grace, it's got a purpose now. Just like a positive or negative thought. You got a negative thought, folks out there? That negative thought is going to want to express itself in your life in the fullest. It's going to want to be the highest, the greatest, most fullest manifestation of that thought, whatever it is, positive or negative. It's like the genie. The genie doesn't judge the thought. The genie is compelled to fulfill it. The genie may be thinking, oy vey, no, not that. But the genie has no choice. And every thought, again, Master Key Lesson 1, every thought is compelled by its very nature to objectify itself, to externalize itself. So we really got to be more responsible about our thoughts, But that harp music, when I found Laraji, this was the great thing. This was such a gift for me. And every single day, I am so grateful. And the space between, it really helped me inhabit more that space between moments. And I know from my studies from that point on, we always have a foot in that space. Always have a foot in that space. And I think you alluded to it. Or the great composers must have translated the grace. Everything's always in a state of grace, gratitude. And the great composers, the great artists were able to translate that consciousness into music that you have. I'm telling you, those CDs, they still resonate with me. I believe that love is a translation of a state of vibrational co-resonance. So the more you're vibrationally co-resonant with, you feel the higher and higher love all the time. That's the love that knows no earthly bounds, right?
Right.
Wouldn't you agree? That's very rhetorical. Wouldn't you agree?
Right.
And then
You're
Neil
watching
brought up
right all the
something
lawyers,
amazing.
right.
I had to get up pretty early in the morning, but here we really are literally on the side of the world. All I know is that if you start digging, like, wherever you are, you start digging a hole, well, you'll probably get really tired before you get too far. I don't know if you're going to end up in Singapore, but it's great with this now, all the barriers, it seems. The greatest barrier I think, to us really coming into our wholeness, I think it's been alluded to a lot, is the choice to express forgiveness, gratitude, those higher, the spiritual, the attitudes of spiritual mastery. And I remember I found the keys back in the late 70s, and that just totally propelled me. They spoke to me, the keys, on so many different levels. And the portal to ascension here is truly a portal to ascension. We have gates of light. The Kabbalists talk about gates of light. And whether in all language patterns, very important to understand. Have you ever noticed that people that are channeling light language now, they're sounding very similar?
Yes.
There's a reason for that, because the first languages we're going to be channeling are our mother tongues, the ones that are closest to us genetically. Pleiadian, Syrian languages. There's a lot of names for this language. Mua, Anuhazi, Vatan, Vatanian. So the reason it's sounding very similar, and similar to, say, Navajo, a little ancient Chinese, Japanese, and a little Tibetan, is because these are our mother tongues, closest to us genetically, closest to us in consciousness. And Neil brought up something that was so important. It is ourselves. We have many, many higher selves, many singular, of course, all connected, but many singular identities in time, in many dimensions, in many universes. And this contact that we're having, a lot of that contact is with our higher future selves. I even think a lot of people confuse, I'm sure many of us have past lives, but we have simultaneous incarnations in various time, space coordinates in this three-dimensional harmonic universe. This is our immediate incarnational or soul family. So Neil, you just hit it right on the head. We are having communication in many cases, if not most, with identities that are very related to us. They are our higher selves. They are members of our angelic collectives, archangelic collectives. We evolve. Ascension is probably nothing more or less than multidimensional identity integration. It is the evolutionary objective. Since the creation of the original, I think in the, I can't wait for the galactic heritage. What's it called? Did I just invite myself as a speaker?
You were invited. Well, it's the Galactic Heritage and Unlimited Human Potential Conference.
Did I just invite myself on it, on the panel? No, I cannot wait. These portal to ascension, they open up. Remember, every language pattern, whether it's written or spoken, sung, chanted, whether it comes from Stephen's music. And Stephen's music, from the very start, I'm lucky I got onto it from the get-go. And I think through the Hurtax, I think great gifts from God, great gifts from Spirit. And I am just so eternally and perpetually grateful. And it really does get you, I think, the energy, the consciousness itself of the higher spiritual etiquette, forgiveness, grace, compassion, patience. Because again, Wallace Waddle says, if it doesn't come in the shape that you expected, don't give up. Right, Steve? Right on the cusp of people manifesting their dreams, because it doesn't come in the way they expected it. Right on the cusp of manifesting it, they give up. But I think if every people certainly need to learn this true dimensional structure of time matrices and whatnot. That's very important knowledge. When people have intuitions, it just didn't, well, it did come out of the blue, technically, but it's knowledge based. We're getting that intuition. It's not, it's information, it's knowledge from our higher selves. So, and it comes to us as intuition, because we don't know where it came from, but that flash of insight or intuition, the aha moments when your hairs stand up, this is knowledge-based. Knowledge is a good thing. Isaiah, my people perish for lack of knowledge. Knowledge is experiential. Yeah. And the music, I think, cuts right through any levels of cerebral mediation. It really touches the soul. And we have many simultaneous incarnations in many, many time cycles. It is ourselves speaking with ourselves. So Neil, that was so important to bring up. I got thrown out of my first, I'm on a roll now. I got thrown out of my first Hebrew school. It was in Newark. It was an Orthodox Hebrew school because it was close to our home. They went to all the children. Remember, this is 8 years old. 8 years old. What God was. And I said, when it came to me, truth, I said, God is a black woman. Where did I get that from? Where did I get 8 years old? I'm watching, Felix the Cat. Where do I get this stuff? I probably did get it from Felix the Cat, now that I think about it. But, mastership is coming in many, many forms. Many, many forms.
I love what you said about, and it's been said a few times, Claire said it as well, the experience. It's experiential. And when we say that, we're not talking about duality. Experience is not polarized. It's just experience. And you even said a negative thought form wants to manifest itself in fullness, right? It wants to experience itself. If that's the nature of thought, that whether it's this thought or that thought, it wants to experience itself, where's the judgment in the fact that you have that negative thought? If that is the nature of reality, right? So that puts the judgment aside of the polarization element, and then we really start concentrating on the real reasons we're here, which is to experience. And then I feel just like when we come from that heart center space, we always intend to do what is beneficial for others, right? And when you say gratitude, that's really what it is. So how do you be experiential? How do you be neutral and quantumous and not engage in duality on such an extreme? It's through the lens of gratitude, I believe.
Absolutely. I think these are the most powerful forces, consciousness for healing on the planet. To express gratitude, to make the choice to forgive. It's never been about blame. We've known that for a long time. It's about forgiving. What do you have to let go of or sacrifice in order to be a channel, a pure channel for the grace of God to be expressed in this world? You make a choice. It's forgiving, the Pistis Sophia, the beautiful Pistis Sophia. With forgiveness, the soul is declared innocent of all intensifications of karma. This is the Hertax commentary on the Pistis Sophia. The Pistis Sophia is so complex. It really takes a commentary. Jesus, Yeshua, whatever, Dr. J, talks about how he actually found his mother, a birth mother. He scanned the world looking for a virgin. He was looking for a soul in a state of innocence. He was looking for a virgin. You go back to the Proto-Aramaic Canaanite. A virgin is a creative energy that lives in a state of innocence. He was looking for a birth mother that had no residual karmic miasmic buildup. Because what good would it have done to fulfill that contract if he had come in through and had to take on all that karma, So he was looking for a creative energy, female, just like Pistis Sophia, that lived in a state of innocence. And I think a lot of our work here is to return to that state of innocence. To return to that state of innocence. And we do that, and again, with perpetual forgiveness. It's in the Pistis Sophia, word for word. The soul is declared innocent.
Thank you. So we do have a question that came in from YouTube. Let's go ahead and I'll ask both of you this. Let's start with Stephen. So Green Sky is asking, how key is your vibration and frequency towards health, and some tips to vibrate at a higher frequency, and let's just say meaning harmonic frequency.
Well, I'm glad we're sorry. I'm sorry, Steve, did you want to pop in there?
I'll kick that one off. Okay. My training, my background, and the research and the work with Itzhak Bentov and others is when you get your human instrument tuned, it naturally shifts into a higher modality of frequency. When you even do simple things like take a deep breath, that shifts the energy and the squirting of blood, the ejection of blood from the heart into the brain, which sets up a tuned oscillating system, a standing wave in your body, which physically stimulates and pulsates your brain. When your brain is pulsated in that fashion, in a harmonious fashion, a tuned electromagnetic field is set up around the head at basically the Schumann resonance, 7.83 to 8 cycles per second, which then allows you to entrain and resonate with the Schumann resonance, the fundamental harmonic frequency of the earth. And in so doing, your whole vibratory rate is raised. It happens automatically. One of the things that I've always appreciated about the power of music is that all you have to do is listen. If you have the right music, if you have the right tone, in the old days, we talked about the sacred chord or the universal tone. Carlos Santana's book has that, his search. That was part of my search. We had some of the same teachers. So it's not surprising that we had the same search. Many musicians, whether it was on trumpet or saxophone or whatever, searched to have their own sound. My sound came in through the Fender Rhodes electric piano. No one else was playing that in a healing modality. There were some jazz guys and some funk and R&B guys were doing it. And that was great. I did that also with some other bands. But as a healing modality, when you give your body a chance, it wants to raise its vibratory rate. Getting out in nature is another way to raise your vibratory rate. Giving yourself that space, and of course, getting into the silence gives your body a natural ability and natural opportunity to raise its vibration, because that's what it wants to do. The body wants to be in harmony. The body wants to be in tune. Your body, mind, and spirit want to be in tune. And everything around us, from most of the music around us to the commercials on TV, to most TV shows, which has so much stress, to 5G and what's happening with our cell phones around us, are being bathed in all the electromagnetic frequency pollution. All those are keeping our vibratory frequencies down. So that's why we need to do more consciously and proactively to raise our vibration. And that's one of the reasons that I listen to some of my own music, because I know what goes into it and I know how I feel. And I'm one of the few musicians I found out that listens to his own music. I was shocked when I found out that most musicians, when they do their album, they put it away and never listen to it again. I listen to it all with all my lady friends. And I've never been in a relationship that my partner did not resonate with the music, but it gets us both higher and brings us into rapport and brings us into alignment where our frequencies, and then when two or more of us are gathered, you raise your frequencies even higher. So that's part of how I answer that. I'll turn it back over to Phil.
Yeah, I don't know how much time we have. I could like to let the harp do some of the talking here.
Well, there's no hard stop. There's no hard stop, Phil. So you can we can do both.
Yeah, I knew what I was going to say until Steve started talking again, and then I'm just
immersed in his words. You can play the harp then if you like.
Okay. You want to do a little freestyling?
Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah, that was cool.
I don't know with the Zoom, still it's hard to. I wanted to jam with so many people, but still there's that. It's hard to synchronize it when you're on the Zoom call. But
it works. Otherwise, I'll just do it after.
Can everybody hear this?
Yeah.
Here, I'll try to make it more. This is, by the way, my Adirondack, my Oscar Schmidt Appalachian style.
Right.
I think everybody should get one of these. There's hundreds of them on eBay, hundreds of them. And if you're in the States, the shipping isn't that much. There are literally hundreds of them. I play an Appalachian style Oscar Schmidt auto harp here.
Is there a learning curve on being able to master that, like a pretty big one, or is it fairly?
Oh, when you pentatonically, it's hard not to. That's right, Stephen. It's tuned basically to one chord. Although I tweak it every so often, it's tuned to pretty much an F sharp. But it's interesting. I had the dickens of a time this morning getting it tuned. There's a lot happening right now. And it's kind of like I'm having a little difficult time keeping this in tune. Or I think what it really wants, I think it's conscious, like the rock in your hand. You want to throw it at somebody. The rock has no choice in it right now. The rock doesn't have that consciousness that can be self-reflexive, that can make the choice. If it did, it probably wouldn't go anywhere. But I think this harp, as a consciousness, I think it wants to express itself a little bit differently now. I think it wants to be, it's been in the F sharp more or less for many, many years, which is a wonderful tuning, as we know. But I think it's funny, I'll tune it immediately. All the other strings are going out. Could be me. I had a hearing test a little while ago.
Have you considered tuning to 432 hertz rather than A440?
Yeah, done that, but I think it wants to be in a different tuning.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why, because I asked Laraji and the people that I first had auto harps, and I had one of them early on, because that was my manual Shruti box when I didn't have the money to get that. Why is it F sharp? I don't know who decided it's an F sharp. I don't know why, and I don't believe it has to be. So,
right.
The strings obviously work at that frequency, but they can obviously go up. Certainly they could go down a little bit. It's always easier to tune something down than to make it tighter, which will create more tension, and then your harp could go like that and break.
I think, and I played this so much over the years, and I think it really does have a will of its own, and I think it's really becoming more and more self-aware, and it wants to expand like all of us. Stephen, you just said it a few minutes ago, where our movement, or Neil, all of our movement is always forward. Our movement is always towards a state of grace, and the only thing that's blocking it, that movement, is our own thoughts.
Yeah.
That we have to heal our thoughts. We want to be peacemakers I think in the Iroquois Confederacy, all the First Nations, before the Christ comes, the peacemaker comes. So you've got to make that peace first. Yeah. We're all these sleeping beauties, and they're states of awakening. And the only thing that awakened, the original Sleeping Beauty is a much different story. Look into that. But the one we've become accustomed to, they try everything to wake her, but the only thing that wakes her is the kiss of peace. And our English word, comes from the Scottish Gaelic, kith, which is why I'm sure a lot of angelic races have lisps. But to them, it's not lisps. To them, we have the impediment. But the Essene, the kiss woke her up, the kiss of peace, the prince, the kiss. And that word kiss in the Scottish Gaelic, kith, means to appear without disguise. That's when you can do the sacred kiss.
I like that.
When you can be totally genuine, transparent, right? The Essene gospel of peace. Stephen talked about the breath. We worship the holy breath. This is the third communion with the angel of air. We worship the holy breath, but in the sweet smelling fields of, but in the moment betwixt the breathing in and breathing out is hidden all the mysteries of the infinite garden. Beautiful. So tell me if you can hear this, okay?
Yeah. I'll let you perform, and then I'll do something afterwards so that we don't cut each other out.
So I would just recommend, of course, find some way, find some medium through which the grace of God, or whatever you want to call the wholeness of consciousness as we understand it, to express itself. You are, as our DNA or transducers, let your entire being be the transduction of the love, of the grace that's out there. Because remember, the truth is out there in there, but the truth alone won't do it. It's what you do with the truth. We're all feathers in each other's wings.
We are the ancient ones. The primordial sound vibrating from the worlds up high, down below in the ground, coming from Father Sky to Mother Earth in order to bless us. We have been rebirthed again, manifesting from higher dimensions into lower density so that we can be here to please our own higher selves, own lower selves, for every simultaneous life to come here so that we can help ourselves and help the planet and help each other so that we can remember who we are. Fragmentations from the multiple stars, solar systems exploding and reincarnating and rebirthing, and nebulae coming over and over and over again. This world will never end. There is no time like we have been perceiving for so many days and minds, and time is just an illusion. Because through all this confusion, the words will still be protruding out of the cosmos down to earth so that we can use the spoken word to all realize our cosmic worth, because we are worth more than that we've been told. We are here from the days of old. We're the oldest of souls incarnated now in order to remember who we are. We are supernovas. We are stars. We've come here from galaxies far, far away, the depths of space, in order to encase the mindset that we thought that we had lost the amnesia, but we have already paid the cost, and now it is time to open the doors. Open the gates of a world that we know is possible. We have the intellect, the knowledge, we have the spirituality, the intuition, and we have everything we need to be the seeds, to plant the trees so that we can be free. So that we can all truly be free. Thank you, Phil.
Neil.
Did the sound come out all right? With that? It's okay. Phil, someone's asking, can you remind of the instrument?
It's an auto harp. An auto harp. I just took the buttons off. You know that when you see a folk auto harp, you would press buttons, it would mute some strings, leave others open, and those are the chords. I took that whole assembly off and I just tuned it open tuning. You can't go wrong.
Right, and what do you mean by open tuning is a pentatonic scale. So it's
Right.
like the 1, the 2, the 4, well, 1, 2, 3, and the 5 and the 6. So you leave out the 4th, which is enharmonic, and the 7th, and that way all the notes fit together. That, of course, is the basis of ancient Chinese music, a lot of Japanese music with a different set of frequencies, and the basis of certainly all the tracks on Chakra Suite and many of my albums. That's one of the reasons why the music doesn't have a built-in stress factor. If I could just take one other second, one of the things that most music has, which is baked into the musical structure, and where that whole Western European tradition comes from, is what I've termed the scaleless interruptus phenomenon. If I sing this little phrase, the familiar pattern of ascending frequencies, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, and I don't sing that last note, most people are holding the breath. You could hear that note in your head, you know what's supposed to happen. Do. It creates stress when you're waiting for that. Our left brain anticipates where the music is going, projects into the future, and that makes you stressed in the present. You can't be relaxed in the present moment. So most music is intrinsically, compositionally, not your wisest choice for relaxation and meditation, because it always draws you away from yourself, away from harm, balance, and into another place. And that's part of the whole basis of mindfulness, tuning into the present moment, tuning in awareness of now, the power of now, as Eckhart Tolle talks about it. And that's why that's been a centerpiece of my teachings over the years, and it's built into the music. So, but on my website and on my YouTube channel, there is a little demonstration of that. And when I share that with the audiences, it is amazing. That little demonstration makes more of an impact than 10 minutes of scientific discourse that I could give them on entrainment or something else. You can feel that. And you could, when you pay attention, you could feel the stress that happens in that moment. And if we had muscle testing going on, I could show you how that stress will weaken your behavioral and applied kinesiology response. But that's not well known. And that's what is desired in the music industry. When my album Deep Alpha came out, Billboard and the Grammys called me and said, you know, you got a spelling error on your cover. I said, no, I don't. They say, yeah, you spelled entertainment wrong. And I said, no, let me teach you what the concept of entrainment is. And I was ready to say something kind of cute. And when I won the Grammy, and I didn't, so I didn't get a chance to say it and get pulled off the stage. But it was really cute when they, in the music biz, didn't know what entrainment was. With anybody, musicians generally, but these were staff, so maybe they're not musicians. But it's a concept that everyone in the world should know. It's never taught in school. Some of the things that should be taught in school, forget just reading little black dots on white paper written by dead white European musicians. People have feel music in different parts of their body. Feel it as it brings their brain into balance and how it affects their breathing. So that's part of the magic. Again, with the right music, all you got to do is listen.
Yes. And that just goes back to the point of like that we've been operating very unconsciously within music for, many different aspects. But when we speak about music in particular, music affects us on the cellular level, on the spiritual level. Let's just get rid of all the spiritual stuff and just talk about the fact that vibration affects our bodies and cells, right? And that's something that conventional people can accept. But the fact that we're not doing enough research to realize what vibrations we're putting out and allowing people to hear, even it's not like we got to eradicate entire genres, but the same music can be tuned differently or entrained differently to create different experiences, like you'd spoke about before, right?
And how we can do that. I also really want to acknowledge that a lot of you are watching us on Facebook, which is great. I want to welcome those of you watching us on YouTube. And guess what? We want you to come on into the Zoom room. It's really, really easy. Just go to globalpeacetribe.com, www.globalpeacetribe.com, and register. It takes about a minute. And what's great about coming into our Zoom room is you can chat easily with all the amazing speakers and presenters and musicians that you're going to meet tonight. You can also chat with each other. Also, of course, we then have your email address. Don't worry, we keep it. We don't give it to anyone else. Well, what we do is on Monday, we send you a video, a link, an email with the link to the replay. So if you missed part of the show or you want to share it with others, you could do so. Also, we let you know about upcoming events, and we have a lot of events that we provide free of charge, and also some special events just for people that are part of Global Peace Tribe. So we want your email address so we can stay in contact with you. So again, go to globalpeacetribe.com. I want to briefly acknowledge our executive producer of our show, who just does so much to make this happen. I'm going to put the spotlight. This is Jay Mayer, our executive producer, and a big thank you, Jay, for almost all the videos you're going to see tonight. Jay has created, along with his lovely partner, Jan. And I'm looking for Jan, but I don't see her here. There she is waving at me. Sorry about that, Jan. This is Jan, and she's our senior producer, and she and Jay make so many things happen for us. So thank you very, very much, Jay and Jan. I also want to acknowledge our sponsor for tonight's show, and she's one of my dearest friends. I've known her for 35 years. She was 16 when we met. This is Lori Grace, and Lori is the sponsor of our show, along with Haleakua Garden Farm, which is probably my favorite place on the planet. And we're going to be hearing from Lori later on in the show.
I did unmute. Yes, I would like to say something. I want you to know that my goal is to have Haleakua Garden Farm in 2 years, not importing really any significant amount of oil or oil-fed animal products. You know, in other words, GMOs, pesticide products, chicken feed from Cargill or fish food. And we are using third world methods of raising, we're doing insect farming, and we're feeding our chickens, ducks, and fish with insects, black filter fly larvae, and we're seeking to get to a point where we don't have to rely between our solar panels and our insect farming, that we can be completely sustainable for both food, you know, vegetables and animal products right here on the island. And I'm excited about this.
Lori, we so appreciate you and your sustainable efforts, and we're going to see that wonderful video that you've created. And we're going to talk to you a little bit later on in the show. So thank you for everything you do. And thank you for sponsoring us. And we're going to hear a lot from Lori and many other speakers a little bit later. But at this point in our agenda, I want to turn it over to my producing partner, the co-host of our show. This is Deborah Giusti.
Thank you, Scott, and welcome everyone to now what is our 55th show that we've produced every Saturday night since the lockdown in April 2020 during these highly challenging but very evolutionary times. This is now our third show of season 5, Time to Thrive, that we are producing April through June, and we have 10 more shows for you. And again, we thank you so much for your donations when you register or when you go to our GoFundMe and give us donations. Those are deeply appreciated and deeply needed to give you these quality shows that we give you every Saturday night. So thank you so much, and keep that green love coming in. And again, this is going to be an amazing show. We are celebrating Earth Day 2021, our planetary family and the new ecology. We all know this is a great time of change on the planet and deep reflection, as a lot of what has been dysfunctional in our world is being exposed strongly to be revealed and healed on all levels of life. And that includes our relationship with the earth, our beautiful home, and its many essential natural systems that are being badly thrown out of balance, and from climate change to species extinction and much more. We have a lot of signs that the earth, and that means we are in trouble. But we know that there are a lot of solutions, and there is a collective ability to change our ways and bring our actions and culture into alignment with nature. But that requires that this become a priority for our politicians, our corporations, and us, the individuals. So tonight we've assembled an amazing group of experts, of activists, of major leaders in our community and throughout the world that can share with us what we need to do to course correct. They will inspire us with a compelling vision and solutions that can take effective actions that can manifest the change that's positive now, that's possible. And I'm going to introduce them to you now. We will have with us by video Bill McKibben, who is the founder and senior advisor of 350.org. He was awarded the Right Livelihood Award, which is sometimes called the Alternative Nobel Peace Prize. And we have live with us Osco Mera Quesada. He's an internationally acclaimed shamanic teacher, healer from Peru, and the founder of Heart of the Healer. And we're happy to have Osprey Ariel Lake. She's the founder and executive director of Women's Earth and Climate Action Network. International. She works nationally and internationally with grassroots and frontline women leaders, policymakers, and many that help women leadership with climate justice and resilient communities. And we have Kenny Ausable. He is award-winning social entrepreneur, author, filmmaker, media producer, but he's also the CEO and founder of Pioneers, the amazing conference that's been going on for many years in Northern California. And we will have Randy Hayes. He was the founder of Rainforest Action Network. He's now the executive director of Foundation Earth, a new organization rethinking a human order that works with the planet's life support systems. And we will have Penny Livingston Stark. She is going to be in our after show, so please stick around for that. She's well known for her very strong work with permaculture and is a foremost expert on permaculture.
And you know what? It took a moment for me to find they weren't here, but there's Penny.
All right. Welcome, Penny. Thank you so much for being with us.
And there's Randy.
All right. Randy's here. He's going to be with us on video later on, so stick around for Randy as well. And we have Claire Du Bois. She is the founder and CEO of Tree Sisters, a global women's movement spanning multiple countries.
Vibration, as well as the information that we've been experiencing throughout the day about, what is vibration and frequency and the history of the evolution of it really to where we are right now in the world. Okay. So everybody, I love you all very much. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead and post the link to the course one more time in the chat room right there. So if you are interested in attending a 4-week course with myself and my wife, Peter Sterling will be a guest. There's a couple other musicians and sound practitioners that will also be featured there. Really fully encompassing one. Go ahead and sign up for the course, and you do get unlimited replay access to it. And then besides that, April 30th is finally the last date that we will be launched by for our new website. So I know some of you have been hearing me for a year and something now saying 2 weeks from now the site's going to be launched. But I'm telling you, this time I'm not the boy that cried wolf. This is real. The site is going to be launching by April 30th. Hopefully it'll be launched before then, and it's going to be next level. And we're also creating the apps for the Android. We're creating the app for the smartphone. We're creating a feature to cast all these videos and presentations to your TV. And I've also started working with documentarians in order to showcase new featured premiere documentaries. We're going next level, really, is what's happening right now. And I'm just so excited to share it with you all and to get some feedback for it. All right, so I'm going to end with one last poem for today. I just want to say that it's been great spending some time with you. Love you all very much. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your day and that you stay empowered. And, we have a lot of practitioners and people on Portal to Ascension. So if you feel you need support in anything, please do go to our speakers page, connect with some of them. Almost all of our speakers are very approachable, and their true intention is really there to help. So check it out. All right, so this one here is the last poem, and this is called Atlantis. So are we one yet? Going back to source. No remorse when reinforce the course that we all endorse. Unconditional love. It's the highest vibration, a gift from above. Desolation of separation. We must be the ones to say this is enough. You see the third dimension, man? It was meant to be tough. There is no captivity, so unlock the cuffs. Move away from hate and trust. Begin to trust. No more anger or lust. Our thought shifts the Earth's quest to a straight axis. Just like in Atlantis, stop causing damage and learn to manage self-realization. When people start to vanish when we change our intentions and join the like-minded souls in the fifth dimension, this is the beginning of our oversoul mission. What is it that you envision? The Christ consciousness has arisen. Tear the perception of being in a prison, this industrial system, slumber of opposites, duality, where we get lost and forget how to achieve liberation. The curiosity won't last for long at all as you move to the aquatic age, break free from the third dimensional cage of limitations, Freemasons being misplaced in this illusionary reality. Governing authorities, there will be no more war. Co-create a love ambassador, open the doors. Life isn't supposed to be a chore. No getting on your knees, worshiping entities from the floor. The message is simple, man, we don't need to know anymore. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. And the time is now to create beauty, heaven, peace on earth, and we're going to do it together. Love you all. Have a beautiful night. See you guys later.
Again, very passionate leader in the community, specialist in permaculture, and runs the Permaculture Convergence every year. So I want to thank you all for bringing this show together. And Vineet, just give you a moment here to share your heart about what inspired you to help us with this.
Well, I am an earth lover, and I have been in sustainability education for the last 30 years, and have learned as part of that social justice is absolutely critical in addressing our environmental issues. But I'm grateful to be here and support in any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Vineet. And Jema, would you like to speak your heart about your input in co-creating this event?
Sure. I am here primarily because you asked me, Deborah, and I just want to acknowledge Harmony Festival. For those that remember, the transformational event festival culture internationally, and Harmony Festival being one of the kind of elder mother festivals that really brought people together, 35,000 people around transformational consciousness. And in that, bringing people in with music and then educating them with all the kinds of things that we had. And I was the manager of the Eco Village, a big portion of that festival for I think the last 3 years of it. And I'm just really passionate about exposing people specifically to permaculture into ways that we can, turn these problems into solutions, because we certainly do have them. So I'm just happy to continue that effort in an online version. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jema. And thank you three so much for creating this amazing program. And we always love to start with music, because that gets our heart open, raises the energy, and really sets us in a good way. And I think, Scott, you're going to announce this beautiful artist here with us.
Yeah, we're so happy to have Michaela Gaston back with us. She's an award-winning singer, activist, and the executive director and founder of the International Cultural Arts and Healing Sciences Institute, which was proclaimed by NPR as she has been proclaimed by NPR as a pure contemporary voice. Also, MTV says about her, sounds like velvet waterfalls. We all get to experience that ourselves right now. Michaela, thank you for being with us and getting us off to a beautiful start.
Thank you so much. Blessings, family. I'm so honored to be here and on this beautiful, fabulous Earth Day. And so I'm going to sing songs to our mother and to the water. Yamile, although Yamile, although Papa Shai Isembi Saramawoe Yami Ile although and to the oceans, the rivers, the gentle breeze, the storming thunder, the earth, paths and crossroads, the herbs and medicines, snow-capped mountains, and to all the elements, we give them our respect and our gratitude. To be amongst them by whatever names they might be called or worshipped, our humility gift and a birthright, as it is for every human, growing as a seed under light of sun and moon. Growing as a seed under light of sun and moon. 'Cause the river, she is flowing, flowing and flowing. The river is flowing down to the sea. Oh, mother, carry me, your child I'll always be. Oh, mother, carry me down to the sea. For the earth is our mother. We must take care of her. The earth is our mother. We must take care of her. Yami ilay, although yami ilay, although Isay mi saramawoe, iamile, although, which means all is well in my mother's house. Aho, ashe, amen. Oh, Douglas.
Oh, wow. What a wonderful, wonderful start to our show. Thank you so much, Michaela.
Thank you so much. What a blessing to be here. It's Earth Day, y'all. Earth Day, yeah. What you got to say, Earth Day? Okay, I'm good.
No, you're more than good. You're great. You're great. Hey, I want to encourage everybody to write down her name. It's Michaela Gaston. You can find her on Facebook. I just sent her a friend request. I hope she accepts it. And
I promise I will.
Okay, good. She spells it Amikaeyla, Gaston, Gaston. You can find her on Facebook. You can also, if you go to YouTube, she has an amazing TEDx talk that she did. So you can find her on YouTube, you can find her on Facebook, and hopefully you'll find her on Saturday Night Alive very, very soon again. Yeah? Great. Thank you so much, Michaela. And to introduce our next presenter, I'm turning it back over to Deborah.
Thank you, Scott. And when we were creating this show, we knew we wanted to support this organization that we're going to share with you now. And we're talking about Earth Guardians. This is an amazing intergenerational organization that works with youth at the forefront and trains youth to be effective leaders in environment, the climate, social movements across the globe. So we've invited Marlo Baines to come on and share her story and her process of being involved in Earth Guardians. She has served since 2018 as the youth director, and she's also launched Earth Guardians Youth Council. She's also has a book that she sells. She's involved in so many things, but what is not more important than activating the youth who are really going to inherit the world and the earth that we are creating now, and to get them on board for this change. So Marla, we're so happy to have you here. Thank you so much telling us your story, the story of Earth Guardians. And again, this is our nonprofit organization that we're here to support. So I'm going to be putting their link in the chat room, and please donate to them with your green love. Any amount will help them go forward in the strong way that they're doing. Thank you, Marla, for being here with us.
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you, Amakela, for a beautiful opening. I'm honored to be a part of a program with people like Bill McKibben, who was one of the first presenters that inspired me at a frack free event in Boulder, Colorado when I was in 4th grade, and Osprey Oriel Lake, whose work in women empowerment, collaboration, and climate justice work inspires me, and Claire Dubois, whose full moon meditation